I missed the pull over again. I thought I clicked the go live button on YouTube. I did not. Well, this time I thought, alright, I'm ready to go. I was not. Oh man. Okay, we're good now. Let me turn this music down, as that is something I can do. There we go. Okay. Hi everyone. Oops. 1 second. Okay. There we go. Not scuffed in the slightest. The YouTube chat still hasn't connected yet. I usually wait a little bit before I start the stream. Let me go ahead and hide that timer and starting soon. Oh, keep the timer. Let me pull up YouTube chat just so I can see it. Hi DCat, hello, welcome to the stream. I'll give it a second to connect. We're doing something a little bit different. Instead of our usual 5 minutes chat, we're gonna play this game for 5 minutes instead to warm up. I was supposed to be releasing it today on itch on the browser, but Godot's acting funny with the browser and it won't let me. So instead, I'll just showcase it here and then work on it today, tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be able to have it up on there. It is, isn't it? I believe, oh, hold on. I think this song specifically is for Cole. But in here, look at this. Isn't that neat? Oh, please, also let me restart this timer since now we're talking about it. And there we go. But the game itself is a typing game where you have to type to the beat, and it's a cafe game. What we'll be doing for Pixelart today is working on the cafe part, but this is the type in Necrotype, and you'll be spellcasting, and in the final game you'll have different songs you'll be able to spellcast too. And that's what this is, and you gotta type to the beat to cast some spells. And this is just the prototype aspect of that part, so no cafe yet, but song and music and beat. Isn't that neat? Okay, so with all of that said, let's go ahead and give it a go. And it bounces, speed and everything. Let me move my tablet aside and we'll go ahead and try to type it. Alright. And we'll go F-R-O-M-S-P-E-L-L. Oops. L-O. Hold on. 3, 4. L-B-O-U-N-D. W-H-I-S-P-E-R-S. Oops. S. No. It is hard, I will say that, but I'm thinking we can make the words a little shorter. 2, 3, 4. S, comma. Oops. 2, 3, 4. Comma. B-I-T-T-E-R. E-C-H-O-E. Oops. E. Hold on. 3, 4. E-S-E-R-O-B-O-K-E, comma, I-N-E-B-E-O, 3, 4, E-R-Y-B-I-T-E. It's either too hard or had your headphones on max so your ears got obliterated. Ah, that's not good. Hold on. And let me lower it a little bit. Okay, that should help. H-E-B-I-T-E-E T-E-R-I-N-G, comma, F. Okay, good. M-B-I-T-B-E-R-T-H-O-U-G-H. Oops. H. 3, 4, H-T-S-T. H. 3, 4, H-R-O. It definitely takes a lot of focus. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or bad thing. I'll be happy when I can get feedback on it. A-W-A-K-E-N-F-R-O-M-S-I-L-E-N-C-E. Let oh or T-T-H-E-V-E-L-L's R-I-N-G exclamation. There we go. Over. Those are your pairs, since someone's usually literally split half in half. Oh no, that's not good. I'm glad you have a second pair. That's always good. We have an end screen as well. Let me move this timer out of the way. An end screen, a score point system, tells you your longest streak, your missed, all of that. You can go play again, all the buttons work and everything. So it's ready to go, it just won't go on itch right now. This is probably my favorite one to type to. And I hadn't planned on having the music with it, but I think we're probably gonna have to dive into doing music. Just a little bit. But I overall enjoy it. T-A-S-T-U-R-S-E-S-O-I-N-G-E-R-S-I-N-P-H-E-S-M-O-K-E, A-S. I definitely think these are a little too long, but I do like it. D-A-R, W-H-E-R-E-M-A-G-I-C-I-S-C. Oh! C-L-I-N-G-I-N-G, comma, H-A-R-S-H, comma, B-I-T-T-E-R-W-O-R, oh, R, hold on, R-D-S, comma, T-U-R-N-S-E-M-I minus S-W-E-E-T-W, hold on, there we go, E-B-O-K-E, oh, E-D, comma, F, R-O-M-M, oop, so good news is, glad it didn't go up. I thought I fixed this bug, I did not. But I'm glad I'm seeing it that it's still not tested, so that's good. That's great, we found a bug. That'll be it though, starting soon ended. It's been 5 minutes for the intro. We'll go ahead and get into everything. Let's see. It's the screen. There we go. Welcome, welcome. Let me go ahead and start the music back up. So today it's pretty simple. We're just continuing what we did previous days. Let me go ahead and close the game and everything. And go ahead and pull up the, well, I can see it. Pixelart of the day, talk about some resources, and then we'll get right into things. But without further ado, let's go ahead. And that would be in, where are we at? Here. Usually I do it in a different program, but for this one today, we're going to do it in here. This will be our Pixelart of the day. You can see I've been adding things in here to look at, but we're looking up here. And here is the pixel art we'll be looking at. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Like, there. Yeah. Here is the pixel art, and actually it is an animation. Look at that. We're gonna spend 5 minutes, and I don't see my timer. 1 second, let me go grab it. It is here. I'd like to just spend 5 minutes at the start of the stream to look at some art and try to parse and see what we can take from it, what we can look at, and see if we can apply it to our art in the future. As my philosophy, at least, is to get better, you gotta have a lot of input. Be it if you want to make games, you gotta play a lot of games. If you want to do art, you gotta see a lot of art. And this is just a way to not only see it, but try to take it apart and try to ask some questions, which are up here, all of these questions. How do the colors interact? That said, let me restart this, and we'll go ahead and do that. And we're good to go. Alrighty. So this art was made by Sakuemon. Hope I said that right. Sakuemon on Twitter, and this is the art. It is a walk cycle for, I believe, like a fighting character, and since we're doing walk cycles today, I thought it'd be pretty fitting. Let me slide her like here. That works. And one cool thing about this program is we can take it and yeah, I like it too. So the question now is, it looks nice. Why do you think it looks nice? What do you like about it? And I think overall what I like, the colors. There's maybe the background is what I really like about it, but color-wise, she's got silver hair, most prominent colors, I guess. Silver, blue, and then there's this pop of green, which is really interesting. So I'll write up here, if it'll let me, I'll write up here, colors. There is silver and blue. I feel like those are the two colors that are working together. The eyes are blue, everything kind of works together. You have this white, which kind of blends into that silver. The daggers are also white. You can notice when she walks, she kind of has a bob. Let's add that as well. It's a very bouncy animation. I guess that's the best way to say it. And let me go ahead and move the timer up here. Style, animation, cycle, and clothing. Yup, it does not look bad. But why doesn't it look bad? She has a little bob to her. Bob to walk. There's like a bounce, I'd say. A nice bounce. And another thing is noticing how you can see a difference between the front and the back. And I can pause it, hold on. Here, there is, wherever it's in the back, there's dark colors. So there, you're able to see the front of the character and the back of the character. I think that's important to note. So there's a separation between front and back. Okay, what else? If we press play again, let's slow it down. Back and forth and bounce and bounce and bounce. I like how there's just this single dot for her hair. I think that's interesting. Well, not a single dot, but just blocks. Right? It's simple colors, not colors, simple shapes. Here you can see these are all one color, right? There's just 3 colors on her leg. Let me pause it. Back here, it's just 1, 2, 3. You have your white, your skin color, and then the black. But up here, it's the light part of the skin and everything else is in dark. And it stays in this shadow. That's interesting as well. And, look at that. When she goes back, her leg, the pixel gets carved with the lighting. It doesn't just stay all one. The foot kind of picks up and goes up and more light gets added. I'd say probably why this looks good as well is good lighting. A good understanding of lighting. The lighting makes sense. This has good lighting. What else can we notice? I'd say maybe, again back here, anything, that's something of note, and it's something I've tried to take into, as I do stuff as well, is if in dark, or if there's no light, let's just say if no light, no detail. No light equals no detail, how about that? No light equals no detail. There we go. No light equals no detail. And I think that's important to note, as you might want to add more detail. There is just simple detail here when it comes to, let me pause it again. You can see the front of her hair has different colors, but back here it's just one blob, right? One color. The bow has 2 colors, 1 color now. Her hair is multiple colors, but this back of the hair, 1 color. Back here for the ribbon, because you have to know that it is a ribbon, there's 2 colors, but that's all. There's no extra shading involved. And I think that works to its advantage. There's just the bob, bounce, the hair is bouncy, the body bounces, and as well, which is, I do like it, and it's all about trying to figure out why, but if you look at it very closely, look how you can tell her hips are turning when she's walking, right? In the dress specifically. Let me slow it down a little bit. You like the way her hands move along with the daggers? Yeah, look at that. I think that's part of the bouncy. It's like a swish kind of action, right? It's not just straight. It's a back and forth, like her wrists are flicking a little bit. I'd say that's probably good anatomy. Right, her wrists are flicking. We can add that wrist flicking. Arms swaying. daggers moving. And then, what else did I say? Torso is twisting. Notice with skirt. And I'd say that's good. I think those are the things, at least 5 minutes looking at this. I kind of just go through Twitter and try to find something that relates to the topic, and do I like this? Sure. And then drag it in here and try not to look at it too much. But welcome, Liquid. Just Liquid? What do you want to be called? But welcome to the stream. So let's see. Overall, colors, silver and blue, I think helps a lot with it's unity. There's not a lot of colors going on. If anything, I'm surprised there's a green, but maybe the green's just a pop of color. We have the bob when she walks, the bob and bounce. To add to that, when her arms are swinging back and forth, you can see her wrists are flicking with the daggers. We have the separation between the front and back. Alright, hello then, yes indeedy. We have the front and back separation. If it's not in light, there's no detail. And when we have, let's see, when she's walking as well, the torso swing, and you can tell that leg is moving up. It's not just static, I guess is the best way to say it. It's very dynamic overall. And with that out of the way, let's bump into just some brief resources to talk about, as I always like to do this very quickly, since I always talk about it though. Brief cover. Over here, you can go, if you're on YouTube, look at you guys right there. You can go to YouTube and in the description, so either in the description and, oh, well then, not in the description, you can do this, exclamation docs, and it'll link you to the Google Docs that should be in the description. That is not in the description. I'll put that in there later. But it's a Google Docs, and let me copy the link so I can show you what's in here. And there we go. There we go. And in here, lots of different stuff. All of these are free, except when it is listed as priced. We have a playlist of YouTube videos that have things for characters walking. If you have no clue where to start with drawing characters in pixel art, this is a good place to start. This is just a list of videos I've gathered over my time in doing this and streaming of things I've been looking at. And from that, we have some websites, articles, different things you can read in your own time if reading's a better way to learn than video. And then down here, there's this website called the Sprites resource. You're here, and in the Sprite resource, this is a website that people add sprites to the game from. For example, all of these games here are pixel art games, and yeah, all of these here are pixel art games, from Stardew Valley to River City Girls, and all of these I have looked to see, and they are character sprites. As some pixel art games, for example, I can't think of any at the moment. Seems really useful. I'm glad. I'm trying to get better, to learn all of those good things. But you can click on these and see the character sprites. Some of them are bigger than others. And I say that because we're going to be looking at some, where are they at? Deltarune character sprites in specific from the Deltarune game. And I'm always just looking at these sprites and downloading them, as they're free to download and everything, because you can really get up and close, like what we just did with the walk animation, but you can open it in a art program and look at it really closely and get better at trying to recognize what works and then apply it to your own art. And lastly, we have a website called itch.io. If you do game dev, you're probably familiar with it. It is a place that not only holds games, but it also holds resources for games. This would be in specific pixel art games. Now, some of them are priced, but some of them are free. And you can look at the free ones, and it's all of these sprites. And again, like with the sprite resource, you can download these if you like them and look at them in your program of choice and see what you can take from it, be it characters, or if you want to learn how to draw plants, flowers, or grass. And with that out of the way, some of these are just free characters that I was able to find. For example, if we click on this, look at her go! And you can just download it and see how they got that animation working. Alrighty, with that said, let's go into Aseprite. Here we are, and I can go ahead and get rid of old Gabby as well. Just a preview of what we've done this week during stream. First, we initially started with, and let me go ahead and do this. This week, initially, we started with drawing a base template for the characters. So we have a front, a back, left, right sprite. We also have them sitting down and raising their hand to order. These are wizards or students that will be in my game that you saw at the beginning, and it'll be a game in the basement of a wizard academy, so all the students are wizards, so they have their school uniforms, and each student will be from a faction of classes. For example, you have your cryomancers, your ice wizards, your fire wizards, and in this case, this is the main character we worked on yesterday. She is a necromancer, so her robes will be red, and not red, purple, and depending on the mage, they'll get different robes, different types. And today's topic, or today's focus, will be trying to get this character walking and hopping up and down to also do a seating animation so that when they walk, and sit at the table. Let's go ahead and hide these guys, as we will only need... Oh, did I delete it? There we go. We'll only need these. And to start off, I went ahead and also... You really like these sprites? Thank you, Colonel. Welcome back as well, and hi. To start off, let me go ahead and... I'm really happy with how it came out. It's definitely a lot better than what I've done in the past, and I'm just glad I'm able to slowly get better. Speaking of what we were looking at before with the sprite resource, Deltarune, you can drag and drop that into your program of choice, and there's all these sprites, and they're exactly the pixels that they actually appear in game. There are all these sprites, and I compiled those, and because we'll be looking at it, look at this. This is her walking animation, and we can look at it and try to figure out how does a walking animation work. For example, it is four frames that she walks. 4 frames to walk down. She has 4 frames to walk up, and then also 4 frames to walk to the left and right. And that is for this character as well. So up, down, and to the sides. But here in Stardew Valley, there we go. Another game. The left, we have the down. Oops. We have the down, and we have the up. All of these. So I'm thinking we'll probably do as well 4, since that seems to be a pattern. This one in particular actually is only 3. You have the standing still pose, you have a foot forward, other foot forward, and standing still. So all it is just them alternating back and forth. If we go to this one, you can kind of see it's, let's see, standing still, also standing still. So yep, 1 stands still, 1 forward, other forward. Well, actually look at that. Her leg swings, but her feet don't really change. Not her leg, her arm. All her arm does is just swing. And yet somehow, looks like she's walking. Let me press play on that so you can see. So let's see, I chose this character as well, specifically because she's wearing a robe. I thought that might be helpful for our robe character. Let's start with, I guess, the left and right one. That might be the easiest to start off. Let me go ahead and grab my tablet, grab some coffee, and we will hop right into it. Issue is that I chose a cold coffee today, and I'm already done. Unfortunately. Let's go ahead and actually, I'll save this again, just so we can have a clean start, and call this clean. And there we go. Alright, which means we can go ahead and get rid of all of this, and just have this guy to work off of. What we learned from beforehand was the bobbing, the swinging, right? And back here is probably what you got a sneak peek of earlier. Let me find it. Here. Let me go back to PureF. This is, I believe, an 8-person walk cycle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But all the 3 ones is just this guy. Actually, let me pull it into this program where I can draw on it. like this, and then new layer, and then we can go into concepts. All of the ones that we looked at from either Stardew Valley or Deltarune, it was this one, right? One leg forward, other leg forward, or what would it be? This one. Alternate leg forward, and then there was a standing still one. No standing still ones here, but probably like this. It was a straight stand, walk forward, straight stand, other leg, and it just goes back and forth. This one kind of has the wave motion of bobbing up and down, what I've seen it referred to, and you also have the arms swinging. So this arm's forward, forward, backward, 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 and it goes up and down. And because we'll be animating, or not animating, but adding so many characters, I think going the route of just doing 3 animations or 3 frames will be good. That way we can have a different variety of walk types. As depending on the class, I guess is the best way to say it, of mage that we're serving, I want them to have different ways of walking. For example, maybe some characters are really happy, so they have a little skip to their walk, or maybe some are really angry, so they're storming in. Things of that nature, not just for color changes. But it'll add a little bit of life and spice, I'd like to say. So I'll go ahead and hide this, and this will be our side. And let me move this guy here. Now I have animated an Aseprite before. I haven't done it in a second, but I have done it. Character walks, it's been a second, but we'll see. We'll go ahead and where to start? I decided to just compile them all into one, just because we won't need to see everything else underneath. We just need the overhead. So first off, we'll need one with the leg going forward, right? That is the, oh, let me find more like this. We'll need one where the stand still, that's what we have right now. And then we need the forward, and then other forward. And you can see as well the torso's not twisting, but that is what's they're trying to say. Torso is twisting as you're walking. Okay, let's go ahead and let's modify the feet. What we can do is, what button is it? New frame, there we go. Go ahead and do that, new frame. And oops, before I do new frame, I'm still learning frame stuff. This needs to be, what is it? This button? And now if I do new frame, okay, good, it stays the same. And we can go ahead and just get rid of you. Actually, yeah, we'll just get rid of you. All right, and if I click this button and erase it, you can see in the back, that is the previous frame, and it's flickering because it's the previous frame. Oh boy, we have to speak slower. I think that's what I'll have to do. We need a bob motion, right? We can go ahead and just maybe move the character up 1. Look at that! Up 1. And then maybe we need to add the arm going back 1. Oh, that's so funny. This maybe needs to go wider, I'm thinking. And the leg needs to go backwards. The one foot needs to go back here. The other foot needs to go back here. And now we can kind of modify it a little bit. I'm thinking when they're walking, their shoulders are moving instead of the other parts of their body. So we can go ahead and kind of add in the rest of what's going on here. And fill all of this in so it doesn't look too silly. Though it looks already very silly. Vibe into the music, yeah! A good old bop. I agree. We just fill all this in. Morning, morning, morning. Hi, Dark. Or, what, I forget, was it Dark? Did you just want to be called Dark or Dark Parm? Or Parm, sounds like Parmesan. But welcome back. And let's add some lighting as well. And I'm thinking, oh, that's so funny. Let's stop this for a second. And he's fine, got ya. Welcome back. Let's see. This is the initial, and now the legs are kind of splitting wide apart. I think that's why. When your back's coming, right? Let's see. Let's go back to our concept. It's gonna be a lot of flicking back and forth. If we go back into our, where are we at? Concepts? What I want is, let's see. I want it to look like this one, where it's probably back, shoulders back, right? Let me show you what I'm trying to do. It's wider now because the body is supposed to be like that, and then you got your head and your hat and totally accurate character drawing compared to the other one, which was more narrow. More narrow? Let me go ahead and grab my select tool, or which one was it to select? Ah, got ya. I'll select that, copy. And this one is just a little more narrow than the other one. So the foot, let's see. The foot needs to be, I guess, forward? Like that, and other legs like this one. That looks silly, doesn't it? Walking cycles. I haven't done it in a second, so we'll see. Maybe drawing it out on here will be a little bit easier, and then we can translate it. Let's go ahead and grab the eraser. Make it a little bit bigger if it'll let me. Might have to use the thing. There we go. Yeah, actually. I'll just select it all and delete it that way. Okay. Then we need leg up, leg down. If we go back to Aseprite really quickly, we can look at our references, right? This is the standing. Ah, there's a foot back and a foot forward. Got ya. And this is only 2. Standing still, foot forward. Oh wow, oh there's only 2 here. Okay, maybe 2. Might be able to get away with 2. And this one is 3. So you have standing, foot here, standing, foot here. So yeah, the heel. That's what I think made it really hard. We have the foot stand and the heel. What it would need to look like, I'm guessing then, is if we go back to concepts. We need the leg standing. Right now, this is what our legs look like, or our feet. This is the front leg, and then back leg. For the next one, we need it to be heel comes up like that, and the other one needs to come, come back, I think. And then it would have to be swapped. Is that how walking works? Let's give it a go. The other one just has it kind of like splitting apart like scissors. Back to Aseprite, and let's give this a shot. And here I have it kind of turning. This would have to be moved over a little bit to show that it is spinning in space. Let's slide this over. Oops. We can slide it over. You can try moving it up on one frame and move it forward in another one. Ah, up and forward. That's a good idea. Right now it's up and down. No, I'll play it here so you can see. Right, it's going up, down, up, down, up, down. I'm moving all of these guys back so you can see that it's moving, not just staying in place, because it is fabric. So you want the fabric to feel like it's moving. And I'm adding all of these and moving everything back when I think that'll help. But probably what'll be best is to have all of these one color and start there. That might be a little bit easier, and then we can reference everything we have before. Right now, maybe let's work on adding the robe to go back and forth, and then we can add everything else. That might be a better way to start. Watched one really good video yesterday about animating. You can post it on Discord. Sure. Really, I'm trying to see, or gauge how good it would be to do videos on, or watch videos at least. I try to watch videos before, but sometimes you get super stuck, and watching videos is the only way to help. But yeah, I would send it my way, just if not for me, for other people who might want to watch it. So here we have the leg. I think that's probably it. This kind of goes, I think this needs to go down a little bit as it's being moved. Let's go down. And this probably, it's moving. Yeah, it's going up. I see. Okay. In that case, let's get rid of the head. It looks so bad when I get rid of the head. Like, no more head for now. I want to focus on the robe. How long is the video you sent? Oh, thanks for the follow. Alright, I'll quickly check this as I'm curious. Ah, this guy! I watch him all the time! Yep, that's a very good channel. I agree. It didn't pop up on... well, it didn't pop up on my notification thing, so I think it'll be on... It's from YouTube, and when that pops in, I'll be able to say thank you for easier. Let's try to do this one. Yeah, I like them a lot. So it's a forward, and then they turn their body, and then it's forward again. That's the idea. Let me go ahead and also add another new frame, which is, what again? New frame. And this frame is just, hold on, this frame. So, this way, straight. This way, straight. Frame number. Okay. So since they're the same, I think we'll hold off on that new frame. We'll just need to do straight, and then it's getting turned in space. Probably also get rid of these for now. Makes it look so easy, it's crazy. Yeah, he's been doing it for years. That's the thing. He's got talent and skill because he's been doing it for a really long time, but definitely someone to learn from. I 100% agree. He's really good. I think he has some free animations also up on itch, but I'm not too sure. They're either free or pay for, but definitely considered looking at them. Let's see. Move this down one. Look at it now. It expands. So definitely not move it down. As you're standing still, maybe, I'm just trying to convey a swaying motion. That's what I'm trying to get the robe to do at the moment. Though it looks like it's just expand. So in that case, let's actually get rid of the legs for now. We'll come back to the legs when we're ready for the legs. This one's down here. We'll do it bit by bit. We'll start on the legs and the hand and the robe, I think is the, not hand, feet. Head, robe, feet. It looks so squishy. Let me zoom in here. That's a little bit better. Okay. So here to here. I think maybe we have to move this down a little bit. Just all about these little shapes. Maybe cut that off. No, it really looks funny. Oh, that's great. So this one, that's not too bad, but it looks like it's going up and down. I want it to seem more like it's shifting towards, like a shoulder move. You can move the bottom part of the robe back. Yep. Let's try adding that. That'll probably help. So then we need to go back a little bit. So I don't want it to be a running animation. That's a lot of the videos I came across. Like it's a jellyfish. Yeah. I agree. Let's see. Probably move this guy up a little bit. A little bit more. That's funny. This can probably go up. So it's now, it really is jellyfish. It gets expanded. And then I'm thinking there's one where it goes forward. Ah, there we go, pop. It would be pop. Let's go ahead and copy this. New frame, or a happy jellyfish. I can see it. Oh, it's great. Let's delete this frame and then go back to this guy, and I wanna grab him and move him forward. So this would be the motion for the other part of the body. So something like this, I think, where it goes the other way. And probably like that. Maybe some of these. And have it do that. It really looks like it's just a wiggling. Oh, it's beautiful. We have the middle, one leg, one arm moving forward, and then it would be new frame, delete. It would be this one again. Oops. Copy frame, paste frame. There we go. Definitely looks like it's going back and forth, doesn't it? A little bit. We have this one, and these are our standstills. This one is this going forward, so I guess this would need to come back a little bit more because this is moving back in space right with our arm. This will probably go down a little bit so it's not all the way. And then let's see. I like how it's wiggling. Maybe a wizard sees just a happy jellyfish. No, maybe it's a ghost possessing a wizard cloak. Oh man. That'd be interesting. The ghost trying to impersonate a wizard just so they can get free food. And they can't even eat the food. So maybe some of this. To show that it's moving. It'll stand still. One arm swishes forward. The cloak will probably also move up, right? So probably this might come up a bit. But I definitely think it looks like it's twisting, doesn't it? Lore goes crazy, exactly. Crazy deep. So this is one swish. This is the other swish. So this needs to come, I think, one more forward, probably. And this can come like that. We want it to look like it's swishing back and forth. That's the goal. So this is backwards, forwards. Actually, I think that's not too bad. This just needs to come up one more. Let's see. This starts here, and this is 3 down. And this is... okay. So this is the tip of it. This is up. This needs to come up one. This goes up, down, and this one needs to come up. Alright, yup. Alright, it kind of looks like a walking. It's sorta kinda. This needs to be smoothed out a little bit. Probably like that. Right, it's kind of looks like the arms going forward from the back way. Yeah, it's kind of coming together. Probably this needs to come down a little bit. So this is backwards, this is forward. Oh, it kind of looks like it's skipping. We want a little bit more dancing. Yeah, it looks like it's dancing now, like maybe shaking its head. There was a top layer and a bottom layer. We have this standing still. This is arms go backward. We probably need, let's see. Let me move this back so I can only see the start of it. And this will probably need to go just down a little bit more to make a little bit more sense. So this guy will need to go down to mesh well a little bit more. So it's not too erratic. Kind of like that. So it comes here. It goes maybe then here. Go down here. That kind of gets more down. So let's maybe add a little bit here so it doesn't feel as lonely at the bottom. Like this. So it is normal. It swishes backwards and goes normal again. And then it swishes forwards. And we need that forward pull. And I think this probably has to be shifted the side a little bit. This has got to be cut off. I don't want it to be too all the way over. It looks like it got more violent when it's dancing. But it is dancing, it's moving. Is it that goes from that way to that way? And I think that works. Let's try adding some feet to maybe help with everything. So we have, let's see, making this passy a little bit lower. This is our robe. And then we'll have a layer for feet. So the feet start off here. Like that. And then the feet move backwards. Or this one moves forward, right? So this is the heel of the foot. It might pop up like this. Like that maybe. For our heel of the foot. Where it's kind of going down and everything. Maybe like that. And then we have... oh, actually... the heel will have to be a little bit different. A new type of dance called a jellyfish jiggle. Oh, that's great. Imagine that's an Easter egg. Oh, that'd be wonderful. Just a jellyfish jiggle. Everyone gets up to dance. That'd be wonderful. Let's see. I want it to touch the bottom as that's the contact point. This is the foot. Or actually, yeah. This is kind of the high point of the foot. So this then becomes maybe the heel of it, and the foot goes up, and maybe it comes flat, Maybe that's the foot coming up. Animating feet's definitely hard, isn't it? Maybe like that. And then we need a foot to come from back here. So maybe like that? I can definitely see this as being the bottom of the foot. But the back one, not so much. We'd need like a foot heel. Like you can see on here, that's the heel of the foot making contact with the ground. And does it happen here as well? Kinda not, they're just blocks. You gotta go now? Thanks for coming, as long as you did. You've been a joy. Let's see. Let's heel again as well. That heel. Street. Heel. We need a heel. And I guess that's what all of this is. All of this is the heel, but we need to show it's a heel. So maybe we can... Oh, we don't want the feet to be too big, do we? So I'll grab these feet and copy them over so we can see what we're looking at, see what we're dealing with. And... oh, I don't think I did it right. Copy just the feet. Like that. And then... paste. Oh, hold on. Something's not copying. We have this foot and this foot. I need to copy you. Paste. There we go. Okay. Yeah, feet definitely look weird. So we have... that is the heel. Maybe the heel then comes down here, like this. And the foot comes up like that. Definitely gonna take some trial and error. Yeah. The heel's kind of more diagonal, right? That'd probably be like this. And then it also would be probably shifted forward a little bit to show off the heel moving and the leg and everything. And then this would probably be the foot in the back. Let's see. Enable this. This is the foot going forward, standing still. Then the heel. And then it would be standing still again, which would be this guy here. Let's grab that. Oops. Grab that, paste that. Won't let us paste. Let's try again. Grab this, paste it. Kinda, sorta. You can see in the top. Let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. Where it's a foot, kind of heel, foot, and then we need another heel, where this is now the base of the foot, and then this is kind of coming up to show off the rest of the foot. Kind of looks like they're sliding, doesn't it? Shimmy, shuffle, slide. But if our feet's kind of 3 long, great, that's kind of what we have here. 3 or 4 long. So we can kind of do here 4 long maybe. So it looks like it's sliding, but that's good. It's semi-working, right? Kind of curious. Does it look like the farmer sliding? Yeah, it does look like they're sliding, but they don't need to do too much. So here we have the foot. This is the moving forward. That foot down. Single pixels, they hurt. Stand. Forward. Probably that makes contact like this, right? That might be what's better. We'll stand still. Now that foot's moving forward. We probably have leg. Kinda looks like the leg, right? So stand still, leg forward. We'll get it working eventually. Let's see. This will probably be that back leg, and then we move forward. I guess maybe that's why. It looks like it's going diagonal, doesn't it? Compared to this, which is more straight. So maybe we have to be more straight, where we slide it instead. Let's slide this here. This will then move forward. And this guy will move, oops. This guy will move backwards. And then we'll copy this guy again. Go back to here. Erase all of that. I said erase. Oops, wrong layer. That's okay. And then here, okay. We can then move this guy here, right? Yep. And then this guy will move back 2. This guy moves forward 2. Oh, it kind of looks like it's walking, doesn't it? With the sliding. That kind of helped. Forward stand. This moves forward 2, right? 1. Let's do 2. And then this back guy. Yeah. I'm seeing a walking, a swish, swish. This kind of needs to maybe be expanded a little bit. This, where are we at? This back one. Where it is all these little guys here. And like that maybe. We have the stand. And the stand kind of has 3 in the back, 2 in the front. We have it spreading out the back. And we have it spreading out the front. I kind of think that works. You can kind of see... Oh, you know what? When before we were looking at that animation, right? Let's go back to... It'd be here. In paragraph. What you can kind of notice is that with this walking animation, when she's walking, the clothing reacts to her legs. So I think that's what we have to do next. Make it react with where the legs are. Let's go back to Aseprite. And while we're doing that, let me get my last drop of coffee already. Okay. We should be good to go. All fueled up. So the legs are here. Then when the legs move... okay. Maybe that's why it's not as nice. This actually needs to move forward. Like that. And probably like that. And just put all of that in. Because this leg is moving forward. So all of this is getting expanded. No more coffee, exactly. It's such a shame. We have this stand. Leg moves forward. Stand. Now the leg moves backwards. This one makes a little bit more sense. Right? If you look at this, looks like it's walking now. Hi, Elder. Welcome back. Let's see. Stand, forward, stand, backwards. I think that works. So let's see. This is, and I'm curious as well, whichever foot is moving forward, so for example, this front one's, thank you for following. Whichever one's down here, this one moves forward, so the arm moves backwards. And this one, leg moves backwards, so the arm moves forward. It's always gotta be asymmetrical. Let's go ahead and add, maybe a little more back here to buff it up a little bit. Like this. And we don't want it to be flat. So probably like that. Round it out a little bit. Oops. We have... That kind of looks good, doesn't it? Let me hide the wizard so you can't see. And also get rid of these paint legs. Kind of in its own way. Now it's very sharp, but it definitely looks like it's moving. I think it expands a little bit too much. So we'll probably have to make it a little bit smaller, but overall, I would think that looks like a walking thing. It's just not very smooth. And I think that's because it's so... Maybe because it's a lot of moving. Let's try to rein it in a little bit. Make it a little bit slower with their walking. So this would come back in a little bit, or we'll just slide it. That's a little bit easier. This comes in one. This comes in one as well. And then we'll go to this one. This will come in one. And this will come in one. That kind of made the feet more subtle, didn't it? Not as much dynamism. Is that how you can say it? Let's go ahead and make all of this a little less thick. Who sees? Or a little bit of a less walking. As we want a little bit, but not too much. So stand still. Okay. This has got to get changed a little bit from what we had. Where, let me see. I think if I click this, yeah. You can kind of see the older sprite that we have. Let me see if I can raise the opacity a bit. Interesting. That's the old one, and this is the new one. And this is kind of the meshing in a little bit together. So let me go ahead and do it like this. I think that's a little bit better. And this adds the color to it. Ah, okay. Always trying to get a little better understanding what's going on. So this is the robe itself. And we're on the robe. This goes up, and then all of these need to go in a diagonal fashion when it goes up. For example, this is that swing. So to follow through in that swing, we might grab this guy and then turn this back on. And where this guy starts, we can kind of add in, let me make sure, add in here, and all of that sweep can come forward. And it'll look like that instead. Let's drag the blue down like that and see if that helps a little bit, as this will be a little less. And then as we're making that arc, since it's swishing back, we need to add that top part since it's going up, but we needs to come down a little bit, probably like that, and we don't want it to be thick, so maybe like that. Probably round it out a little bit at the top, right? Maybe like that, then that. So it's here. Okay, let's round it out a little, all the way. Not even a little, all the way rounded out. Right, that kind of looks like more of a swish motion, doesn't it? So now we have this, it comes back, and we can probably even do, let's see, this comes back, this can probably go down a little bit, go down one, probably round it out, and swap. Like that. So it comes straight, it goes up, and now we have that swish. And it kind of follows that arc more a little bit, right? It expands, but it's going out in that sort of fashion. And we could probably as well make this a little bit wider for our robe portion. Maybe something like that. And then all of that. And then we go back to normal. And then again, we do it with this guy. So now again, we have to just follow that arc, which we didn't do before. And I think that'll help. So it just needs to come to start out. We can try doing this. And then this just needs to be probably rounded out a little bit more. And then we also have to round that bottom guy out. Before that, try smoothing this guy. And then we'll probably also make this so it's just rounder, as this is kind of coming backwards, right? But we don't want it to be exactly the same. Probably needs to be rounded out just a smidge, like all of this, and then we can do that. So this comes out, this comes up, probably goes back a little bit as well. Up, back, this probably goes down, one over, and down a little bit, like that, and that. Do this, and like that. Maybe this kind of comes down a little bit to show off that it's more of a swoopy kind of fashion. And we can do some of these guys. And this can come in more because we're going that way with it. And the good news is because we have the rim, it can kind of show off where it's facing, right? With all the swooshes and the whoops. And we can move that a little bit. Probably move that down a smidge. Oops. Like that. Kind of looks like it's not doing as much, is it? Though, this is straight. And then it comes forward. The question is the bopping necessary? I don't know. Let's try moving down one and seeing what that does for the robe. It'll let me. Right, this is the top. And this one also gets moved down. Now it looks like it's expanding. Let's have it, I guess, not expand as much. And I think that'll help. let's see. This needs to come in a little bit, like probably that. And that maybe needs to come in a little bit, probably like this. And then this one needs to come in a smidge. And this side also needs to come in a smidge. Alright, that definitely made it less exaggerated. I definitely think that helped. You can kind of clean it up a little bit. Let's see. We gotta start here. We go backwards. This kind of comes... Oops. This goes up. The knee is kind of going up here. This probably goes up even a little bit more. And then that gets erased. This gets swapped. And that kind of goes away. Once you add the head bobbing, it will look like it's expanding though. Ooh, probably. Less. Like it's expanding less. I see. We'll see, we'll see. Thank you for the follow. Right now I want it to look like the... well, we can always add the, what is it? Forget! When I remember, I'll say. This one is, you can see the head's bobbing, right? It's up, down, up, down. The shirt's also moving down, but it's not really expanding. That's probably it. Once we lessen the expansion, then we'll probably go up, down a little bit, and that'll probably help. Because her body definitely is going up and down, but it's not really getting bigger and smaller. So once we do that, we'll add the up and down, yeah. I definitely think that'll help. We have the straight, then we have that less, and we can kind of maybe even curve it out a little more in the back, or no, it'll add expansion, won't it? But we can just add a smidge to show that it's being moved. Probably like that. Looks like it's dancing again. This was more subtle and I liked it. Where it's standing, swish back, standing, swish forward. Maybe this can come in a little bit? No, it's already in a lot. And then with the feet, it looks like they're getting ready to charge something, doesn't it? Maybe what we need to do is make it a little bit more curved. Something like this. So it can seem like it's swooshing. We have that swoosh that way. We need the swoosh the other way. Let's add that, like that maybe. Probably something like that. And if we move this down a little bit, it might add a little bit more of a swooshing motion. It definitely looks like it's dancing, but I don't see it swooshing anymore. What do you think? Now it looks like it's shaking its head. So we have the straight, we have the leg moving forward, and that would be probably like a knee, right? Like a knee up here that moves the leg. So you'll probably see them going up here from the leg. And let's go ahead and add that one for legs. That way we don't have to add too much. Then this is this going up, and that's the foot coming backwards. That's all shadow. This is standing. This is moving forward. That needs to be taken off. Then we have the standing, and then this moving backwards. Probably like that. Really just looks like they're trying to start electricity. This one here probably needs to be... Let's see. This probably has to get erased. Yeah. The foot has to be pulled up. I think that is what will make it... Well, what will help. The thing is with this one, it's also the bob, right? But it's just legs split. Legs not split. Legs split. Legs not split. And it works. So maybe, let's see. Pretty tricky. This is swishing, the legs are moving. The straight, back, and maybe we can move the feet forward. Like that. And that looks like it's going down. Let me zoom out a little bit. This is going backwards, so this foot is coming forward, probably like, maybe like that. That might help a little bit. Where it looks like the leg is being moved up. But then if we do that, and I'll just merge down these legs. Then if we do that, the robe will probably have to compensate a little bit, right? Let's go ahead and add this. And now that this is being drawn out, might even turn to something like that, where the robe has some flavor to it, where it's standing, but then the knee comes up, and I think maybe because it's the same color, kind of doesn't look like it's doing what it needs to do, but this is the leg portion coming up to meet. Let me see if I can find a reference for what I'm talking about. Do I have any here? Let's see. Like when you raise your knee up, it all happens with your knee. This is as best as I can describe it, if I can find a reference, but I don't think I will be able to. But let me go back over into concept so you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, I know a little bit, not much, smidge. But when you're standing, the robe's just like this with all the folds and everything here. But when you move your leg up, so your leg kind of comes up, and now you have your robe, and it's all of that stuff. Now it has to come down from like this angle. Let me draw like that, because gravity, I think. It'll be like that because of the way the body is. You have your foot here, and your foot here. Because your knee's going like that. Let's go ahead, go back to Aseprite. Might look a little better if we add the head. I think we should probably do that. Let's give that a go. And add the bobbing back. The bob up. And up. Thank you for the follow, Lamoille? That's my guess. Did I get it right? And then we need the head back. Go ahead and grab our wizard head. Oh, is this low opacity? I see. Okay. Grab you. It's with an L. Oh, Lumoil. Lumiel? Did I get it? Let's see. Wizard head gets added back. Oh, probably the right one. And hide you. Yeah, I see. Thanks. Hi. Okay. We have the head. We have the head go up. Then we have the head. And we have the head go up. Oops. Up. Oh, it kind of looks like it's walking, doesn't it? Though, did all of this get added back? Ah, this is gonna go. We don't need any of your detail. Not up in here. But it kind of looks like it, right? It's looking like it's walking a little bit. That's good. Something sorta. Adding the head definitely helped, I think. Well, thank you for that suggestion. Maybe shifting it a little bit more. Ah, there we go. Tristan W. Thank you for the follow. I hope I said that right. Let's see. We have the robe stand still, and then this one moves forward. Robes and skirts are quite tricky to animate. Yep. It's kind of like it's marching. Yep. Oh, it's true. It kind of looks like static. That's what I keep thinking. But yeah, robes. Especially when I haven't animated clothing before. Yep. Decided, you know what? Let's go exactly hard. Who cares about going easy? Nah. It's straight to hard mode. Maybe something like that instead? I think that works maybe a little bit better. This will probably have to be shifted, I think, forward because of where the knee is. Well, let's try shifting everything a little bit forward to help with making it feel like that knee got raised. And this would come down a little bit. So left, right. But it definitely, yeah, kind of more like it's marching. I definitely agree. Maybe move the head forward one. Ah, we can try that. Let me add the leg part here to the feet, and then we can try it for sure. Make sure this is the robe, and we are on feet. It's supposed to be a shadow. And then this one is coming up like this. And that's a lot of leg. This one comes up like that, maybe? Well, it kind of looks a little funny, doesn't it? Let's see. This is straight leg, right? And then forward goes up. That's why. Right now it's sliding. This might move back a little bit. Maybe a little bit down. A little tipped. No, definitely not. I think this works. Straight stand. Move forward. This will probably get back, right? Straight stand. Leg forward. Probably maybe like this. Stand, back, stand, forward. Yeah, that might work. Maybe one less and have the foot go down. Stand, back. Kinda looks like it. Alright, let's try to move that head. Let me also write in that it is a head. Like that. And now, that head. Oh, head needs to move forward? What do you mean? Well, let's see. How does the head work here? This head goes up and down. I'm guessing this one does as well. Yep, up, down, up, down. Do you mean forward when walking? Let's see. This one also just goes up, down, but you're saying just position-wise overall. Head needs to move forward. Let's try. I think if I just do all of this, I can select all of the head and then move it forward. Nah. Maybe some of it only needs to be moved forward one. Like this guy only needs to be moved forward and... That's a little funny. Maybe the top of the hat moves a little? Ah, that's a good idea. I like that one. We can give that a try. I definitely think that'll help. So here, it goes up and forward. Looks like a little dance! I think the head... doing like that, it looks like a little wiggle. So maybe what we can do for the top of the hat is... let's see. So it's standing. We have standing, we have moving, that leg's moving forward, this leg's moving backwards, standing, moving forward, that leg's moving backwards. Oh, that's so funny. It also might be because of shading that it's a little bit hard to tell what's going on. But I think overall, I'm trying to think. Maybe if we add like a cover over it, it'll look like it's walking. Let me try to add this to the robe. This from the head. Nope, that is just the robe. We disable the head and double check all of these robes. Yep, they're good to go. Okay. So, then I actually work. Top of the hat, yep. Let's see. Head, move up. Maybe the hat comes a little down. Oh, that's a little funny. And maybe the hat can kind of come back a little bit. Like this. Oops. Like this. And like that. Or maybe something like this. Oops. That's got a little animation of its own for sure. Maybe like that. Where it's... actually, no, it would need to rotate, wouldn't it? Kind of a little bit. So instead, maybe what we can do is do... Oops. Where'd that hat part go? Cute, I like it, yeah. It's coming along. Slowly, but surely. Let's add that hat back. That's what I'm trying to do. Go back on my mistakes. And then paste, and then... There we go. And then... Let's just slide it over one to maybe look like it's swishing back and forth. That's what I'm trying to do. So this is the hat going up, and then grab this guy to move it to the left a little bit. And then... Let's see. Probably have to move it down one. Erase some of... Oops! Erase some of you here. And then Something like that. Ah, now it looks like it's just going a little wider. Let's maybe do that. Oops. So here, and then it turns in the darkness is what I'm thinking. Kind of turns a little bit. Could be something like that. It goes from here to a turn motion. What I'm trying to get across. I don't know if it's working quite yet. So we have... oh, now it looks like it's violently hitting. We need something a little more subtle than that. Oh, that's funny. Maybe... Trim can move. I mean, the head's staying still. I don't want to move too much, but I definitely think the hat kind of bobbing up and down helps. But I don't think I'm doing the hat bob quite right. Let's try again. Maybe when it goes up, the hat can kind of come up as well, or it's going left, right, left, right, left, right. Maybe the hat can kind of go up like this with the other parts of the hat. Need helps. Kind of like that, maybe. Where it's going up, up, up. Maybe even a thing of, oops, grabbing this part of the hat, then grabbing this part of the hat, and erasing this area, pasting that back what it was. Like that a little bit? Does that help partially? I definitely do think it looks cuter. Maybe we can kind of, oops, arch it out a little bit with the flap itself, like that. So it kind of looks like it's flopping every time it's moving. I do like that. Yeah, I agree. So now it flops a little bit as it's moving. And this is the other flop. So we stand still, we flop. Ooh. Needs to go to the wrong flop one. It's alright. We need to cut that. Get you. Paste you. Then grab you. Delete you. And oops. Delete you. And delete button. Paste you. There we go. Well, I don't know. I kind of liked it how it was that prolonged flop, right? Where it was, hold on, like that a little bit. I don't know. Undo that crop. We have this flap and we have that flap. Kind of like that. I liked it a little better. Where it kind of went up when you went up, and then as you're going down, it flops. Maybe we can grab, oops, grab this portion a little bit and move it over, and also move that tip down as well. Kind of looks like it's, yeah, maybe the point was good. No, kind of liked it without the point. We have this, we have it goes up, and then it goes, stays up. Maybe this one, it kind of goes, it's going all the way up maybe. So it would be like this. Nah. I'm thinking it goes up, up, and then flop. Nah, I don't think that works. So it goes up, and that one looks nice. This one, do you think? We can try it for both. Maybe that'll be a little bit better. Because I don't think the subtle change really helps. I can't really see it when it's on here. That's what I'm looking at to test everything. Let's try to delete it. Oops. Delete it, and there we go. Oops. Erase? Oh. Wrong button. I wasn't even pressing the erase button. Now it goes, oops. Okay. Redo it a little bit. So here, goes up. Let me grab the entire head. Copy that. Grab the entire head of this one. Paste it up, 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 up here. No, it looks like it's head flopping like a, what is it, like a magical set of armor? Let's move that down one. There we go. I kind of like that a little bit better. Yeah, I think it helped. With her walking, maybe because it's so fast in the animation. I don't know how these look silly. I feel like that one works. Maybe it's because the arm's moving a lot, but you can kind of see everything mostly stays the same except for some of these guys. And this one as well. Most of everything stays the same. The dress kind of comes up and down her cloak. And in this one, let me zoom in a little bit, or you can even see it on here. The arms go back and forth, but the head mostly stays the same and the feet change. Let's see. Oops. We have, how can we change? I think we can change the bottom a little bit more. Definitely looks like a little bit of a jig. Like they're moving their body maybe forward and backwards. That's why it feels a little off. We stand, and then we go forward. I think that's what you meant by, or someone said by, like this might go forward. So maybe it goes forward and down. Maybe bob the head opposite to the body. Oh, do you mean go down as the body goes up? That's an interesting one. Maybe what we can do is do... Look at them moving their head back. It looks like they're ready to fight. You know, like in a fighting game, that's their fighting stance, like they're about to fight. So we have the head up, head forward. I'm thinking maybe we move it down, is what I'm thinking. So it goes up, and then it comes over and down, and then it kind of comes backwards. Now it really looks like they're about to fight. So forward, see, forward, forward, and probably what went by forward, right? Let's see, feels like it's running. Yeah, maybe that's it. That's why they're running. Looks like they're all running when they shouldn't be running. Yeah, actually, you know what? Not good to move it forward then. Because we want this more of a... I mean, they're not all running to their seats. I mean, maybe some will, but this is just idle walking. Brawl to get the last cupcake. Oh, that's great. So up, and this one needs to come up, or maybe, see, we have up, down, up. And maybe up, down, maybe it's up, down. What if we stay up for a little bit? That doesn't look too bad. Up. And maybe if the robe went up as well. Everything. And we extended it maybe. Go to the left when it drops. Ah, we can try that. I am more than willing and open to ideas. It's something's off, and I'm not sure what. Kind of like that for the walking. This one is the body just goes up and down with the height, but I think it goes well because it's going up, up. You put the foot down. That's why they do. Looks a little like a lift being lifted right now. Like a lift going up and down. Going to number 4, number 5 now. I see now why it goes up though, because you're on your heels of your feet. Maybe that's why it doesn't feel right. So if we move this down again, just shift that down. What we need to do is have this go, this is going up because of the heel of the feet, and then it goes down because now you're standing still. When this one goes up, it doesn't really look like the heels of the feet. So maybe we can try, make sure I'm on feet. Something like, how can we make that one look like this one? This looks good. This one, not so much. Maybe we just need to add a silhouette of everything. Something like that. Maybe it has to come back one a little bit. Like that. Kind of like that, a little bit better. But it doesn't look like it's on the heels. You can kind of see it as a step, right, for this one. But on this one, there's not really a step. Maybe the foot has to come back a little bit even more to help it look like it's the heel of the foot. Add a tip-to-tip feet and the tip goes up. I have to explain that a little bit more. Kind of understand what you're saying, but not quite. You mean like tip up here? Like getting some jingle bell toes. This goes down, this goes forward, this goes down. This one needs to come forward. So maybe like that. Those doesn't look too bad. Maybe like that. And then this can be... Slide shuffle forward. We need that slide shuffle. I need something to stay back here, otherwise it'll just be floating. There always needs to be contact, but this just needs to have the back of the feet touching. If you go back to the reference, you'll notice how the feet are in a V shape. Let's see. Well, not this one. These are hoofs. This one, you mean a V in this direction, right? There's a V here forward and then a V here backwards. Yeah, it's because the heel of the foot. The only issue is I'm struggling to get that heel down. We have straight, and then we have a heel contact. And then the... I mean, you could say it's a V, it's an L, this is straight, and this is a heel. Let's see, I can close this one out. You know, actually, she might be very handy to look at. 1 second, I think I still have her. And if not, I'll just download her. If I go into this folder, and I go into my sprite sheets, in my... this folder, right? Yeah, where are you? Ah, here we are. Walking animation. Laugh, walk, here we go. Look at these. This might help a little bit because it's, will work as a good reference, I agree. I definitely think so. I want to see what this one might look like, just because it shows what shoes. And you can kind of see the heel of the foot. It's not even flat now that I'm looking at it. I thought it had to be flat, but no. When you're looking at this, it's just one heel touching it, which is interesting. So I'll make a new file, and we'll add this in just to look at it. And it's, what is it, Alt-B, and add you, and just quickly add this in to try and, oops. Have to go away, thanks everyone. Thank you for coming, Colonel. It is much appreciated. It's nice having you here. Let me make sure it's the right one. There we go. Make it that. And then Control B. And doing it wrong, hold on. And it needs to be in front. Okay, you are in front. I can't see ya. It was so much easier the other day. Oh, there we go. Like that. And then B. Indeed. Have a good, what was it, night, right? Roll B. This is number 5. This is actually also a really long walk cycle, I'm noticing. I just realized. This is number 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. It was that one. So now it's this one. And then Control B, and then paste. So now it's this one. Make sure it's up, right? Up 1. Oh, we're good. We go here, and then B, and paste. And then make sure it's right, and B, and paste. And if I did everything correctly, it should line up now. Let me make sure it is that line right here. Yeah, okay. Now if I do this, yep, I did it right. Okay. And then I can just go to canvas and, oops, move over here, then go to canvas and shrink it all down to do this. Okay. Look at this walk style. It is a total of 8 frames. We have the standing, leg forward, foot forward, standing, foot forward. It's just the same Starts off smiling, I think that's why. And then not smiling, Gaia. So really it's touch, contact, stand. Touch, contact, stand. You can get rid of these, right? Yep. So it's about 4. The same as well. Oh, what is the rise? Okay. So really, maybe that's all we need. Just one stand. One good contact. And technically, we do have that. This would be our one good contact. And then it moves back to here. So if we do that, by just doing this. Hold on. What would it have to be? It would have to be this, 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 and then how would it work? It's stand, contact, stand, contact. Ah, there we go. That's why. The foot stays the same, but the color changes, which is interesting. The feet stay the same. Does that mean... Oops. A little bit too many. I'll close this one. And maybe a different dark shade. Yep, I think that might help. So instead, let's see. If we copy these feet, because the robe, I think the robe's fine. The feet. Let's see. To make it easier to understand, yep, I think that might help. Let's start off with this one, and maybe make it a bit of a brighter value. The bots must go, I agree. I'll have to figure out a setting. I think that's it, right? Also, these feet did not go away. Ah, it had feet. And move all of you. Okay. So we have this one. And we need a lighter foot. Maybe this one. That's a little tricky. Maybe a little lighter. Not too much light. Just enough to see a difference. Maybe like this. And then we have to do the head again. I did do the head layer. Hold on. Now we're on the right layer. And then this one is forward. You have this foot is going forward. And then we have standing. And it's all of this. And then our backward, it's all of this. And if we press play, a little easier, you reported them. I appreciate it. I'll have to, what is it? Some messages. Just doing your service. Let's see. Get rid of that. Definitely taking a lot longer with these 4 frames. I think just because it's such a new topic. I'm gonna copy these feet. And... oops. Get rid of these feet. Put in these feet again. I'm curious. Because it's the same foot position, but the legs are just now swapped. So interesting. Wizard indeed. Welcome, welcome, Chaos. Let's see. Or would you rather be machines or chaos machines? Which one do you prefer? Well, now we do... The other one go in the back then, right? It actually would be this. Like that? The feet look like they're shimmy shuffling, don't they? I get swapped in color. I don't think that helped too much. But it definitely kind of helped with differentiating them, I think. Because now it looks like that's the front foot, that's standing. I think it stays the same in the lighting. I don't think the lighting should change, just the position, I think. I think it helped, definitely. Thank you for that suggestion. It's just now, this foot has to be forward, and now this foot has to be backwards. Let's see. It'd have to be like this, and this, that, maybe like that, like that. Ooh, maybe. Kinda. Oops. Might be onto something here a little bit. Maybe something like that? That kind of slides. Maybe this needs to go up? Maybe the heel has to be... almost. This has to be like a V, right? I am a game dev indeed. This is the customers we're working on for my restaurant sim game. That is the character sprite. Yep, I make them all by myself. And this stream is it's Pixelart stream, but it's also a game dev stream. Oh, thanks for doing out the Discord. Yep. If you're interested in doing some pixel art, doing some games, making games. I specialize in Godot though. I can't help you if you do other engines, but I'm always willing to learn about other engines, as I hear a lot about Unity and Unreal. Let's see. Ooh, I'd love to see it. The Discord link that was sent, you can send it in there, and I'd love to have a look at it. I always like looking at pixel art. I make games too, but last, I'd love to see the games as well. I definitely am always trying to get more input. Like seeing a lot of different things. Sure, thank you. I'm excited. So we have this foot here. I like this one. Same foot again. Then, okay. Now we just need that V shape. That's all we need. I think that'll help. In that case, this has to come to the bottom, right? As a bottom contact. This probably has to be slid a little bit more, right? That looks so silly. Oh man. I mean, we won't really see it, right? When we're looking at the sprite, it's just gonna be from this far away. We're not really gonna see it, thankfully. It just needs to be noticeable from a distance. What's going on, right? So maybe... what do you think? Definitely doesn't have to be too tricky, just a little something. We go back to these. The heel, what's the motion we're getting? Even with this, you can see that V. It's just 3 pixels. Okay, let's try that. It's the 3 pixels, right? The little legs. It's 3 pixels, and then you go up. So it'd be 3 pixels, or maybe 2 pixels because it's smaller, and it goes up like this. I think it's our pixel size that's making this really hard. I think most certainly that is the issue here. Maybe like that? Nah. This is hard. Ah, okay. I think what's making it a little bit tricky is, right, this is the down. Then we have, first, this one comes in. So actually we need to look at this one. This is the heel that we're seeing. And in that case, because this is the back foot, let me do this. It would actually kind of come like back here, and the foot might look like this. And then, yeah, it'd kind of be more like this, right? And then kind of come down there. So we have stand. This is the back foot, kind of. This is the leg. I guess maybe that's why. Because if it's just the back foot, it's just sliding back, right? A shimmy forward, a shimmy back. Let's go and grab this guy. Oops. Just want to grab this foot. And go back to this foot again. And we're just sliding it back, I think. And making it look a little different. You gotta go BRB. Take all the time you need. Let's see. Exclamation lurk. There is no exclamation lurk. Or is there? I don't know. But definitely not a command I set. Let's see. Back 4 shimmy shuffle. So we have that foot, and then we can kind of see we scoot it back a little bit. Maybe a lot of it. To help show the difference in feet. Add a little bit of exaggeration. That way you can kind of see the leg. Maybe that'll help a little bit in explaining what's going on with this body. It is so weird looking. Kinda. right? We have the diagonal part of the leg, and then the leg comes, or the foot. The diagonal part of the foot, and the foot comes forward. So when I do like this, it looks like a big foot. I don't want it to be a big foot, just a foot. Yeah. Okay. I definitely think that at some point, worrying about it a little bit too much, because again, this is probably the distance we'll see it from. We're not gonna see it up close. I think this works, especially because also it's going really fast. So we just need to have this foot go up diagonally, and I think that'll help. Let's see. This just needs to go up now. Kind of like that. Since your current work in progress, I will look at it after the stream, but I'm definitely excited. Looking at it after gives me a chance to really look at it and take it apart. But thank you for sending it. I'm excited. Let's see. We have the straight, forward, straight, backwards. I think that kind of helps. Maybe we make the backwards a little less backwards in our feet. Like this. Hello, Yeezy. Welcome back. Let's see. Straight, 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 foot forward, straight, foot backwards. I think that kind of helps, right? What are you working on? Right now, it is walk cycle character animation. This will be the customer in my magic game, a restaurant cafe sim. And since all the customers are wizards, we have a little wizard guy here that we'll be able to customize for all the different characters. Right now, it's just a task of trying to make sure the walk cycle works and looks nice, and I'm struggling. I think it's definitely working better. We have the straight. This is the up, right? The up foot forward, down, and then the back foot forward. He add a wizard capybara. You know what? Maybe, yeah. Maybe there's a class of wizards that specialize in transformations, and maybe they come in as little animals from time to time with little wizard hats. I can see it. So let's see, we have the straight, forward, straight, back. Maybe we mush it in a little bit more like this. Like that, I think. More subtle with the body movement. This just moves back one. You can probably maybe slide that back a little bit. Nah, I like the way it was. It's just sliding, I think, is the issue. We're here, and right now the foot is in this direction. So maybe we only do one backward. You can kind of see on here, up the hop. Let me zoom in just a smidge. I know it's a little bit harder to see on stream. But I think that works fine. Now we just need to work on everything else. Straight up, straight down. I think that works. Kind of shows off the foot. Now here, let's see. Or, let me get some water. I haven't had water in a second. Finished all my coffee. Never looked back. All nice and good. Okay. I kind of like the swish. I think the swish works. So it's standing. This foot's coming forward. For the robe, it'll probably need to come over one more, like this. Right, if we look at the bottom of the robe again, you can see as it's going up at least, and I can grab this for now just so we can see the swoosh factor. This will probably have to come in a little bit more to show off the movement of the robe. For example, maybe if we do this, and then add in a little more of you. Kind of like that, maybe. Which means we'll have to add in the foot again. They definitely look like they're moving, don't they? And I don't know about that. Because the robe gets wide, right, when you're walking. It doesn't all come forward like pants. So maybe instead it stays kind of similar to what it was, but only moves forward. The movements look good. Thank you, thank you. It's a work in progress, but I'm glad it's paying off. Let's add the robe. And thinking we take some of what we have here for the robe, as it's going forward, I think some of it needs to come back down a little bit. So it's not too all over the place. But this goes from straight to whoosh. So maybe it kind of comes in a little bit here. Nah. Me. That might help a little bit. So this goes here, it goes there. We're changing that one. So it goes here, and then it comes up. These guys will probably have to go down one. Just a little bit to help round it out and not seem as big of a change. This will probably have to come out a little bit, so it goes from down to up. Kind of helps a little bit. It kind of expands. Maybe a bit too much expansion. If maybe we tone it down a little bit with the zoom and enhance, like this. So it goes kind of sorta. It goes from here to okay. So let's go. What can we do? Maybe it goes here. Oops. Maybe it comes down one out more, like that, and it goes back up like that. Maybe something like that. So it goes closed legs, legs get opened, kind of like an umbrella, I guess is the best way to say it. And then we have closed again, other open umbrella. We can kind of go back to what we had here, and it is closed, open. I don't think that's too bad. We have closed, open, it goes up, and the robe comes up, the body comes up. I'm just not too sure about all of this swoosh motion. I think it kind of a little too much movement, and I want a little bit more subtle, so probably maybe some sub-pixelation animation, which I'm not too good at, but we have time. So we have the straight. I'm just adding to make it a little bit. These were our base ones, but trying to make it feel a little less swooshy. We have our normal, and then we have our swoosh, normal, the normal, and then maybe like this. Oops. Normal swoosh, normal swoosh. Nah, it kind of looks like they're moving their head back and forth, doesn't it? Let's keep that then. Normal swoosh, normal swoosh. This has to come more like this, and this is kind of this is kind of gotta come down a little bit, like that, because more of that's kind of being shown. Now we have this, and it kind of opens a little better. It's kind of twisting, so it would be more so maybe like that, where it's forward, backwards. Kind of works a little bit. This kind of comes a little bit differently. Maybe that's why it kind of looks a little wonky. Maybe we can add that like that, and then probably add this here. And then that'll help it look a little better, I think. Kind of looks like the shirt's going up, doesn't it? So, mayhaps not. Maybe we just move that in again. Back to what it was. Now that's moving down. It'll probably look like that, maybe. Moving a little bit too up, and I don't know why. Let's get rid of this. And try and see if that helps with it not looking as up and down feeling. Okay, this is robe. Okay, good. I'm sure we're on the right layer. This goes here. Probably like that, right? It's going up, like it's going really up. Let's see. We go here, and then it goes up. Maybe let's try grabbing this guy here, and then, oops, moving this guy, all of this guy here, I like the bottom. I think the top is now where we're struggling with. Like that, maybe a little bit better. Now that's going forward. Now it just needs to subtly move over one. But we might not even be able to get away with subtly. Which means... okay. We have down. We have swoosh back a little bit. Let's cut back on the swoosh back a smidge. So it's down, swoosh back, down, swoosh forward. And then a little bit of this comes forward. Yeah, it can't come forward. It would have to stay the same, but be a little bit different. Example, oops. We have down, it comes up and it swooshes back. And it goes down again, and it needs to come up and swoosh a little bit forward, but the outline needs to stay the same. When you're looking at this, it looks like this top area, right, is kind of going up and down. Ah! Found the culprit here. Let's grab this, and then get rid of all this guy, and paste you in. Like that. There we go. Better. Far better, right? And now we just gotta clean it up a little bit. But I'm liking it a lot more. Alright, going bob up and down, up and down. You can kind of see the little ruffles are kind of moving up and down as well. And I like that. I definitely think that's a nice feature. Can I move? Ah, I can move the preview up a little bit. Let me expand, zoom, enhance. There we go. Oops, undo the deletion. Okay. It's coming along swell, I say. Now, there was a message about the hat that I forget. Something about the hat, though, moving forward, I think. Let's try that. It goes up. Maybe it comes a little forward. I think that was the suggestion. Try seeing about it flopping this way, maybe? And then... oh, there you go. Idea for dialogue in game. You today magic is casted with words, not wands. Yeah, I did say that. So you can have a wizard dialogue with gibberish, and one of the staff will say, sorry, I didn't get that. Then the wizard says, I cast a spell on you for good fortune, you get bonus gold for X amount of time. Ah, interesting. We could try something like that. The game will have obstacles like Ghost, who will hide some of the spell names, or do something with the spell names. But I do like that idea of some sort of gibberish. We've chatted about before, with having some sort of gibber feature that you have to unlock. But yeah, maybe small interactions where if you handle it a certain way. I definitely would like to have some dialogue, but that'll come after the cafe part, once I get all of the cafe stuff working. But I definitely do like that idea, Dark. I do agree. So we have down. This kind of goes like that. Oops. Then I think... I think it was the tip moving a bit to the left. Ah. Oh, left. Ah, yes. My rights and my lefts. I know them well. So we have our down. And... hold on. We have this up to the left. So this guy comes down. Oops. Let's see. Head comes down here. Like this. And this was part of it. Erase some of that. Like this. So it comes down. Maybe it kind of goes in a swing sort of fashion. More so like this. Down. We can come down a little bit more because it is a large tip. Probably like that. So this comes down. This goes up. Look at it spinning in the corner. Oh, that's great. Now we can copy this portion and delete this portion and paste that portion. And that should be the... yep. Look at it wiggling. So we have this. It goes this way. It goes... oh, oops. Hold on. It's supposed to be you that gets deleted. Right. The up, up, ah, down. Yeah. Okay. That looks way better, you think so? A little wiggle animation. I just need to move these guys down one. Like that. And then maybe this guy gets moved in a smidge. But I do like it, yeah, I agree. Just a small tweak. Up. This goes up, this stays up, this goes down. The little hat just wiggling along as they're walking. I'm liking it though. This is great. Alright. Now, what do we need to do? Okay, let's first work on the hat part, I guess, since that's all the same. So this head will get changed a little bit with the variety of colors and their sheen. We go up, and this up part might get small sheen difference. That's come a really long way from the jellyfish jiggle to where we are now. Yep, looks a lot better. It always starts off a little. You gotta love the mess to get to the good. Yeah, looking a lot different. I agree. I'm just adding more. Actually, I'd probably make it. Okay. This is a little hard to see. So I'll just copy and paste the head, so I can see it a lot better. But welcome back. Welcome back. Let me copy this head. And then now I can see it. So these shiny parts might come in here and everything might just get moved a little bit. For example, this might get there, that might move there, this might move here. And then these guys might move down. This guy might move here. That guy might move down here, here. And all of these guys will get moved. This guy won't be that, that'll be there. Something like that. That's art for you, just gotta exactly trust the process, and I'm trusting it. It's working out. Most of the times. It's gotten better for sure. I do agree. Now we have our head. And we copy the head and do this head the same. Because it's the same way. I don't know, what do you think? Does changing the shingles kind of help it shine more, or do you think it's distracting? You can see up here, let me zoom in a little bit. From this distance, you think changing the shininess helped a lot, or not much? I definitely think maybe it made it look like Christmas lights. But it kind of makes it look a little magical, I'd say. Just a smidge, so maybe it's worth keeping. It's just a subtle amount of shininess, but the question is, will you be able to see it from far away? Not really, but it's a little magical, so maybe we should keep it. And now that we have that done, we can go ahead and start on animating the rest of the robe. We can go back here and grab the side robe, wherever it is. Is it you, wizard? Let me move all of these guys. Yup, it is. There we go. What are these guys? Are you part of the head? Oh, I see. It's a small detail. Yeah, small detail, but I think it adds stuff. Let me grab all of these guys and get rid of them as they were there in the first one. Okay. And now we can go back here and copy this robe starter pattern. If I didn't change it too much. I kind of changed a small part of it. Mostly changed a bit of it, didn't I? Let's go ahead and add a new layer and just paste that robe over top and see what we modified. I can turn down the opacity of this one, and then you can clean this one up to look like the other one. For example, this one needs to not have that layer there. Now that gets moved there, and then what else? I think that's it. And we can kind of modify them more as we go. This is the initial shadowing of everything. And then we can modify it a little bit. This won't hurt to keep it whether it's visible or not. Yeah, it's a thing of, will it change much? Probably not. But I do think it adds maybe a little bit of a shine. Let's go ahead and get rid of these wizards guys now that we have the robe layer working. We can go ahead and merge that down. And now this is all robe. And now if we go into this layer, it's gonna be a little tricky, but we can see the previous lines. And before we go into that, I need to grab the colors. So we have the normal color, we have the, might be a little hard. Normal color, we have our light color, and we have our dark color. All right, we'll just keep those. Our light color and our dark color. And now if we go back into this and we go into here, now we just have to move everything. For example, this one moves forward. You expect all of the robing to maybe move forward with it. But all of this would maybe stay the same, but this would kind of move forward and that would move up. This guy might move forward one, and these two might move over as well. Oops, let me make sure I'm also right layer. Yep. Okay. And everything might just get moved over a little bit. This might stay dark. And then we have these guys that get moved. I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. If just moving everything over once will help. Right, this kind of gets maybe a little more in light, but kind of just shimmying everything over and overlapping everything. And turn this off. This head kind of gets lighter. This might we go from here to here. And it's a matter of tweaking things a little bit to make sure it makes sense and it's trying to move it and swoosh. Will swish, I guess. Here, up. This gets expanded. This might be a little darker because the leg's being raised. So this might be maybe a little brighter. So it's kind of looking like a little bit of pillow shading. We don't want that. We go from here, and then it goes over. Maybe this gets a little bit lighter in this area here. No, this would stay dark, wouldn't it? Now it comes to a matter of, can we get the lighting working? This comes forward with the shading aspect, and this would be this color, and then probably like this. And then it'll be this. It gets shifted forward, and then it gets shifted backwards. So we can just copy all of this guy. And the good news is once we have this done, all we just have to do is change the color of the robe with the 3 different colors, and then we have a different wizard robe animation, which will be nice. We have this forward, then it goes down, and now we have that other part going forward. Now this is going back. The question is, now that this leg is coming back, it's kind of in the light. BRB for real? Your stream is just too enticing to not interact. I see. That's more than fine. See you later. Hope you, well, you said BRB, so see you soon. How about that? Now all of this is in dark. And all of that is light. So maybe, yeah, this would be in light more because the leg is coming up. Let's add a little bit more light, I think would help. As all of this is being lit up. We have normal, and then all of that kind of gets lit up. You can kind of see it swooshing up there. So normal, leg moves forward into the light. Leg moves back down. Leg moves backwards out of the light. And that's the idea here. And we kind of keep it the same with the overall shading. Maybe that's what we should do, kind of. Go back a little bit with all of the shading. Let me actually, yeah, we'll do that and maybe refresh the colors a little bit. So we have everything as the robe, and then it would be these lines. We can go back with detail and everything later. I'm just trying to get the general shape of colors, like if we were only using one color. We start here. We can also copy all of this and paste it. We have here, forward, everything kind of goes behind the light, I'm guessing, as that foot's getting moved forward. Probably something like that as the leg's getting raised. And then it becomes like stand still. Everything moves behind it. It kind of looks like it's rotating though up here, doesn't it? It goes still, then it goes to the left. I definitely think there's probably still gonna be some lines, but less lines. Now all the texturing of clothing comes into play. Yet one other topic I'm not too skilled on, but that is more than fine. Maybe what it is instead is we do like this, and we add some of that in. Well, it's not extra dark. Maybe all of these are. Oops, wrong lighting one. Where is it at? You guys. Maybe all of that's just dark for below the thing, and then right now I'm focusing on one portion of it. This guy down here. I'll zoom up a little bit to help you see what I'm focusing on. I'm thinking all of this maybe can be dark, and then I do like this. I think this works fine. It's kind of playing into that whole everything's light, but maybe it's more so like this. So it's a sort of thing of everything's in light here, everything's standing, maybe... Yeah, I think that's fine. Maybe not too much detail is what we need. We can go back to... We can also check as well with these wizards. This is what I have, but I'm not too sure I'm too fond of it. Maybe it's just me thing when I'm zooming back from here. It's not too bad. If we go back to this screen in our PRF, then while I get some water. Here we go. In here, there's a lot of robes to look at, robes to see, areas to see. For example, with this one, they don't really do lines, but it's really small. This one again, there's not really lines. This one's more so, maybe we can do something like that, where it's just a single line, even for here, and let me pause it. You can see there's some lines, but not many lines, and what I have right now is dotted lines, but they also have 3 colors, but it's different. It's a little bit of a sheen here, a little less of a sheen, so maybe let's try that instead of my checkered pattern we have going on, and see if that helps at all. For example, instead what you might see is, oops, wrong layer, right, oops, let me see, yep, okay, we actually need the robe. For here instead, it might look like, where is the absolute shadow that we know? The absolute shadow might be, and we can, I'm just wondering if that 1 pixel helps. I mean, from back here, nah, I think it should come all the way up. That probably works a little bit better. Maybe we can do this. And then we have the robe, and then it comes out, and again, absolute shadow, that would be here. And then we have the absolute shadow, which is all of this here. This is the robe part. And then we have back here, we move this guy back up to where it was, have the absolute shadow, and everything else just gets lit like this. And then here, again, absolute shadows are there. That would be that. Maybe even this to show off that it's not part of there. That's that. Oh, that's like that. Maybe that goes up, and then that's like that. Okay. Then, other absolute shadows, maybe we have something like this. Now it's just a matter of questioning where to put the robing at. These aren't really dark colors, so we don't want absolute now. This is our lighter one. Maybe it kind of goes like this and like that instead. Where it's kind of coming in from the bottom, but not quite. Maybe. I don't know. I'm spitballing here. We can go ahead and copy this guy. Oops. Copy this guy and paste here. And then when we go and do up here, when everything gets expanded, This is in light, right? So this is probably in shadow. This part here, there's probably a big fold or bend back here because they're raising their leg. So maybe it's like that, and maybe all of that is actually in shadow, as this is the part of the knee that's coming out. Oops. This is the part of the knee that's coming out as they're walking. Maybe all of that gets in the darkness, and then this comes back down, and then the other part, so this again gets absolute as all of this gets dark, and maybe we also do a line here to show kind of going down and up, maybe something like that. Kind of can't tell. Let me also, oops, make sure it's not, well, make sure it's the right one, and grab all of this guy as we're just working on this one part. My shading's not working, so I think we have to go back and redo it, but from here, does it look like they're kind of swoosh swooshing back and forth? And let me zoom in a little bit. Like here, probably good. The way you can see it. And let me make it a little longer. The way the whole hat gets showed. Oh, I think overall, not too bad. We have here. Like that. I like this a lot. It feels very painterly. Let's try to continue with that. Where might the shadow be? Maybe all of this gets highlighted and everything else stays in the shade like this. Maybe something like this. Now it's a thing of maybe it's just like that. So this goes this, and that part of the robe goes up, and then we come back down. Let's copy that, and then paste it. We have standing still, moving forward with the leg, standing still, and then other leg. Now I think maybe we'll have all of this back again, and highlight that again, and then we need that dark one, and then this one. This would go all dark, I'm guessing, as this is all moving forward. Now we have this, forward, this, back. I mean, it definitely looks like it's swishing, but I don't know if that's good. Not really the motion I'm looking for, I guess is the best way to say it. Let's see it. Next frame. Swish, swish, swish. Back, back, back. Let me see if there's any cloth gifs I can have on here. Cloth gif. Cloth gif. There's some on here I can add. Yes, we definitely need these, or we need some sort of guide. Here's a cloth. The cloth going down as it's getting folded. We need a robe, right? A robe, cloak, back, cloak, walking. Oh, actually, yeah. Walking in robe gif. There we go. Wizard robe, not bathrobe. There we go. Oh, is that pixel art I see? That's an interesting one. Okay, how about this one? Ooh, look at this. Sure if Purif will let me show you, but I'll try. Yeah, here. That one's pretty nice. It's more like a Grim Reaper, right? With kind of the dark part at the bottom. But I do like it. It's kind of just flopping out to the side. Most of it's dark, except for a few parts. Ooh, this one's nice as well. This one is here. Right, this one makes sense. This is what I was thinking about. With some parts that are forward, some parts that are backward. When you're really zoomed out, you can tell where the parts are splitting, right? When you zoom in, you can see it, but I need a way to do it so it's when it's zoomed out. So is there a few more, whether it's walking? Let's see. There's some ghost ones. This one kind of makes sense with it billowing, right? Let's see. Let's give it a go. Let me move this guy. How do I want to move you? Move you up here in my top corner and then lock you over. Okay. Let me go back over to Aseprite. That's a lot. Something's off with the robe I pasted. Is it the head? I think it's the head. There. Down, up, down. There we go. That fixed it. Okay. So robe-wise, I guess maybe it needs to be more so ripply effect. For example, maybe it's more so like this. And then there's a ripple here. Or wait, no. Wrong way, right? Reversed. Oops. And also, wrong thing. Do all of that back. Make sure I'm on robe. Lock the head. Okay. So do this, then this. And then we need some robe ripples. Maybe like that and that. And then when we move, the robe ripples get moved as well. Let's give that approach a go. So the big lines to represent the robes a little bit better. With the folding back and forth, it kind of also helps with these. So as it's moving forward, there's less ripples, but there's still some. For example, there might be one here that kind of goes in like a triangle, right? And kind of fans out. Well, actually, no, it would, because it's going outwards, it's getting in the light. So it might be this is dark. Maybe even this might come up a bit. And that might help. Nah. Maybe comes up a smidge to help with adding some of the feel of the robe moving. Like here. Oops. Like that. Kind of. If it's like maybe here. Now it's here. And in that case, it would probably maybe come up here, here, here. Because now the leg's kind of moving forward, possibly? But it looks funny, doesn't it? We go down, go up. Maybe it comes stretched, oops. Like this. Like that. That's not too bad. So we go here, it gets expanded and it comes out. Maybe one more. So here, it comes out, goes back down, and it goes up. Now that other area is getting explored. I think that's good. So we have this here, which means we can do lines more so like this, because this leg's getting pushed forward. So it would be more so maybe like that. And then maybe for this one, just gotta think about the lighting here, where we have this, probably more so like, oops, that, and this, or maybe even that. Trying to see in the other part since it's getting covered by the other cloaks. We have this here, this here, this here, and then for this one, the other foot is being shown. So it might be in shadow, getting moved forward. And then this part is also maybe Getting... This foot's moving back, so all of this is in light. It might look more like this then. Possibly. A little more like that. Kinda, sorta. It goes this, and now that I'm looking at it a little bit more, maybe we don't need that down area. Though it does look a little silly. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Maybe it's because of the framing. Maybe if we just change bottom area? Let's try that. Oh, I deleted everything, didn't I? Okay. Copy again. Delete just this area. And do it that way. That's kind of a little bit better, maybe. Hold on. We have straight, straight. And then this moves up. I kind of like this one for a move up. We don't necessarily have to change the outline. We could just change the colors inside. I'll change just this bottom part of the robe and see if it at all makes a difference. Oops. And delete. Erase and paste. Don't think so too much. Right. Then it goes up, down, compared to this. Well, I think this can work if we change the colors around a little bit. Let's see. Oops. This would have to come down, and all of this would have to get changed to the right color. Like that. Here, 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 here. Probably like that. And then here, here, and here. I think that looks good. Now it's just a matter of shading. And I think, like before, this part would be in light, some of this would be in backlight. We just have to change the lighting part, I think, is the issue here. Where all of this is standing still. You could probably even get away with just one line here. Probably another line here as well to show depth, maybe. Maybe this line is acting as the front and this is acting as the side. Probably like that, right? Why does it look so good? Is it a customer? Yep, it'll be a customer, but I appreciate it. The hope is that we only have to do this once and then all of the customers will have this walk animation. I'm glad you think it looks good though. I appreciate that. I'm glad it's working out. I think I might just be fussing over the details a little too much. But I'm glad it's working. And this just needs a line here. And now we just need the in-between. You stand still, and you have this. And as this is flopping forward, right, this kind of comes down. And then this leg gets moved forward. So maybe this comes in the dark, like that. Oops. And this stays in the dark. The only issue is that lighting is off, I think. So maybe let's try a different tactic. Let's just outline the lines and see where we can maybe change the lines at. So it's not too bad, it's still subtle. And then kind of like this. Maybe, mayhaps. Well, it's not too bad. We just need now the lines, I think, to move with the robe. Kind of, for example, when this leg is moving forward, this line needs to bend, move a little forward. Maybe like this. The only issue is it kind of looks like it's glitching a little bit. Doesn't it? Alright, you go from here to here. So maybe it kind of stays and just gains a little bit of length. And then it goes back down. And then when this one comes up, now it kind of goes maybe this way with its swoosh. Like that. Now it kind of looks like a spinning banana, doesn't it? So we have stand, forward, stand, backwards. Stand, forward, stand, backwards. Oh. Something just about it doesn't look right. I definitely think this part's good. It's just this middle part that is bugging me. Wholeheartedly. Because it's flashing, right? It's kind of flickering when we're moving it. Maybe... Oops. It kind of comes in a little bit like this. And I need to zoom out a little bit, I think, to make sure I'm not getting too lost in the sauce. This school has drip. You can't imagine wearing those robes for like half a day. Yeah, you know, this is a very esteemed school. So it's gotta have all the cool stuff. They do have, they're performing alright. They are indeed. Anyhow, down, up. Trying to figure out the lighting. Very hard, isn't it? We have down, up, up. And right now it just kind of looks like it's, how can we change it a little bit so it's not too bad? I definitely think everything looks fine except for... Oh! That doesn't look fine. Hold on. Where's our dark color at? I was wondering why it looked off a little bit. We have the stand, down, and that's moving correctly. But just that walk back and forth. I think I'm worrying a little too much about the walk back and forth. You can kind of see here, it just goes up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And this one even kind of sliding. It's going forward and then moving. Yeah. I see. Okay. Well, if that's the case, go back to the full idea we had. It's almost there. Just needs a little bit more. A few more tweaks and I think we'll be good to go. Here, here, here. This foot gets moved up. I definitely think there'd be more lighting. There would be a lighting difference, but we can only add a little bit of a lighting differences. Again, from this far away. Probably not gonna see it, or maybe... That's not too bad. This is kind of maybe the shiny part of the robe being shown in the light as you're moving. Maybe that's how you can see it as. Going to a school with uniforms is a real test of endurance. Yep. The thing is, the robes are uniforms, but you can wear whatever you want underneath. And while I'd like it to be maybe a scenario of where some students, once they come to the cafe, now no more robes, as the goal is to make a sort of thing of where you get to be your own person and you don't have to follow what everyone says. So it'd be nice if people come down and maybe slowly they start losing the robes, but if I did that, then all of the sprites would have to have different clothing when animated and everything. That'd be cool just to see a variety of people instead of all wearing the same uniforms. That'd be a nice change of pace. Only hard to actually do. Let's see, up. Well, this guy gets up here. That. I think that's fine. Maybe we can add that sheen to the... Oops. Where is our lighter color? Oh, we don't have a brighter color. Let's try adding a brighter color to see if it helps with the whole robe thing. How many more characters do you plan on creating for this game? Mainly this one, the customers and the main character. Might do more, but for the moment, just 2 characters. Main character and customers, which all have the same base. And then once we get there, we'll see where we're heading and what else I can add, as I don't want to do too much at once. The goal is to make the game within 3 months, but I might extend it if it turns out to be bigger. Right now, I'm trying to keep it small, and then we'll go from there. Let me move it slightly over a little bit, maybe slightly more saturation. Yeah, slightly over there. I'm trying to think of shininess from the robe. Maybe this kind of comes down, and this kind of comes down. Oops. Like that. Mayhaps. more so like this, and oops, like this. That. It's not too bad. Maybe more so that. No. Oops. Undo, undo. Too many undos. More so like this. Yeah. The character creating, I definitely like doing, but I don't want to do too much. Like, say then we add some teachers who sneak in to get some of the food, for example. It sounds like fun, but I have to just keep in mind the scope of the game. Make sure it's not too big. As you can definitely create too big of a game very quickly. And it's fun to think about, but is it possible to even make? And right now I want to make sure I can make it first, and then we can kind of go from there. For now, this is the hope of the game. So maybe this. Maybe the teachers could be a sort of boss fight. Yeah, maybe. You give them their food, and then if they like it, then they won't report you or something. As this definitely isn't up to par with standards of the school. So we walk up. I like this. It's not too bad. And I don't know about this dark spot here. Probably make it a little bit more separated. And then you know what I'm thinking is probably the reason why not working out the way I intended is the robe part. This innards. This would have to go up a little bit, wouldn't it? Yeah. We don't want to do that. Probably why it looks a little weird that some of the things aren't coming the way they should. So maybe we can do this for the robe. Nah, I don't really like that. I like the robe outline, we just need to work on the robe inline. But that would be fun. Certain teachers have certain requirements. Maybe it's a test of endurance, seeing if you can actually make the spells and actually are proficient with your magic. I think I'm seeing where I'm going wrong. For example, here it might be part or robes are hard, they said, and I didn't listen. Well, I did listen. It just didn't stop me from making the ropes. But I did listen. Maybe something like this. Like that. Where it's now the feet part of it, and you can kind of copy, copy and paste. But make sure we have all those dark colors. I mean, I don't mind that too much. This comes up, and it comes down, comes up, it comes down. We just need to add the foot here. So when we're going back and forth. And then I think when it comes up, maybe this one can come forward. One. And then again, forward just one. Oops. We come up, down, up, forward, and then down, forward. Nah, I don't think that works. I think this is fine. Alright. We press play. I just think we need to change this kind of pointy feel that we get when we go up. And we'll be good to go. For example, this goes up and it gets very pointy. Maybe we can reduce it with one line. Like if it's like this, how pointy does it feel then? Not as pointy. Maybe we do one more. Okay. Probably because it goes, yeah. These outside parts that are making it really tricky. Maybe something like that. Also the black that's adding to that point feel, I think. If I get rid of all of this, then it's just straight again. Isn't too bad, but I think making it bigger at the bottom helps a little bit. It's just a matter of modifying, tweaking, a small tweak. Maybe, for example, when it goes down, it goes up. Maybe we can have a more transitional color between these two. Be something like that. So it's not as bad of a sharp turn. If we can maybe round those edges out. Let's see. Oops. Undo that color, undo that color, undo that color. Okay. We go from down to up. And then we need the mixture of this color in between that color. So you do 50% of that. And that. And then this would be, oh no, it would be this color. That would be fine. That would be this color. Kind of, I'm trying to smooth it out with anti-aliasing. Go up. We go up and down and up. I mean, it's not as pointed anymore, which is good. It'll definitely help once we add lighting. Probably should at the moment. I'm thinking this is a little bit too dark of a blue. Probably need a little bit more, a lighter blue feel to it, as if you look at, oops, we don't even have it on screen. Hold on. Let me go into the character thingamajiggy. Where is it at? Let's see. Aseprite loads. There we go. And here you can kind of see how it's not that dark of a color. It's still dark purple though. If we grab this dark purple, make it blue. How dark is it compared to everything else? Not that bad of a dark color. So if we apply this to the robe, uncheck that and do all of this, that's a little better than the dark color we have, right? Feels a little better. And then if we apply it to all of these. Also, why is it? Oh, I know why. Wrong preview. We need it over here. Like that. And I think then these have to be changed to match the two as well. Your streams are really addicting. You gotta go. It's 10:40 p.m. in your time zone. I appreciate it, and I hope you sleep well. I've most certainly been thinking maybe I should change the time zone, but I'll work on it. Thank you for joining. Hello, hello, Gelatine Boy. Did I say it right? Welcome to the stream. And sleep well, Sec. This, I always worry I say it wrong, but Sect, I think, right? Sleep well. And welcome, Gelatine. Gel is fine, like hair gel. Ah, well, hello there, Gel. Welcome to the stream. We're working on walk cycles at the moment, and it's coming along well. I modified the blue a little bit on the outside to make it a little bit brighter in feel. And now I'm just going in and changing these corners to be less sharp, I hope, but all kind of looks the same if you ask me. Maybe we won't round it out. Just go in and add this color lining. You're trying to figure out your own animation, but you can't for the love understand the issue. What type of issue is it? Is it like a, what animation is it? I guess that's the best way to say it. Like, is it a really complicated fight animation or what type? As I am also not skilled in animation. A layer issue? Aseprite. An Aseprite thing? As if it's another program, I wouldn't know too much. It's pretty simple. Well that's good. Aseprite, yeah. So you figured out the issue and everything, and you just need to actually do it, or what's the deal on that? Let me unlock the head. There we go. That feels a little bit better to look at. All of these. No idea what the cause is. Is it like a separation of layers that's not working, or what would you say? Let's see. Robe. The head. And then what we need to do is do the top of the wizard robe. It'd be too high. Will you try to type it out? Sure. I'd love to help if I could, but I don't know if I'll be much help. We have this, and maybe it runs a line. Oops. Line like that. Oops. A line like that. And now we have to think about absolute darks. That's what we did last time. Like, for example, that would be an absolute dark. And maybe make sure we do it on the right layer as well. Lock the head out. This robe, absolute dark, and I think this absolute dark's a little too absolute now. I think it's gotta be changed a smidge. Maybe darker. Probably even darker. No, we don't want a green. We can see maybe the absolute dark can be here. Mayhaps, possibly. Let's give it a go and see if we do all of this color. We have layer 1, the character, alright, and layer 2, a point cursor. You're trying to have the cursor poke, but if you shift it over the character once to get to the frame, it starts taking your character layer with it. Ah, you mean the move button with Aseprite? In that case, it's I have trouble with that too as well. It's a thing of if you select well, is that the issue? The moving. Go ahead and add that robe. Now, since we're only gonna do one color, we can go ahead and add this line for everything. The move. Are you saying when you try to move the layer, you're having troubles with moving everything? You say shift the frame. Is that the issue? Yeah. No, selection tool. Ah. So when you're selecting and everything, you're trying to move it, not moving on the art itself. You have, you drew a selection art of like a mouse pointer, you mean? Let's see. Robe, up, down. I see. That's okay. I wish I knew how to help, but I'm still learning. He's sprayed in everything. Have you tried looking on Reddit to see if you can solve the issue? So we have show it in post link. You can show it off in the Discord. You can do exclamation Discord to get the Discord link and show it in there. I know a lot of people are trying to learn Aseprite, so they might be able to help. Let's see. This might all be dark. And this might all be bright. Maybe this is a little bit brighter on some of these. This, I don't want to do pillow shading. That's a little tricky. But maybe more something like this. Yeah, the best place to try to show it off would be there. And then you can post it in the art section or just in the chatting section. And I can look at it after stream and see if me or anyone else will be able to help. So let's see. We go down, up, and then we need this part. So I guess we can start with pasting this aspect here. And okay. Those to be changed a little bit. Just oops. Outline has to kind of be what I'm thinking, like kind of like a shoulder pad is the idea I have going on. Guess I have to go off of. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see the little walk. Leave here, up here, and here, and up here. And probably some of this. Oops. The robe would probably rustle a little bit, right? It wouldn't squeeze. Yeah, this was interesting, but you have to go now. Thank you for joining, Liquid. It was a pleasure to have ya. If it is your time zone to sleep now, I hope you rest well, or whatever you're doing. Hope you have fun. Let's see. Undo all of that. We just need to figure out the back. So I'm guessing maybe to start off, all of this would be in darkness. Maybe. This would probably be, yeah, that would be in darkness. This would be in darkness. This would be darkness. All of that. Darkness, darkness, and then darkness. And then it probably also have... This goes back, right? This is going back, this is popping out, this might be going back in. That's what I just did with the lines and everything. So maybe it might look like this? This is tricky. We have maybe this line to go down to show off the part it curves in at. And then maybe this part curves in at here. This. We have this. The only issue is now that line kind of meddles. We have this goes up. Now that kind of goes up. Oops. Maybe like that. You know, down, up, down, up. Maybe like that. No, it doesn't look right, does it? Let's see. Down, up. We start off with the down. And then once it goes up, maybe it kind of comes out here a little bit. It kind of gets expanded. You go down. Tricky. I definitely think this helps. It's just this one line part that I'm having trouble with. Maybe it doesn't even need to have all of that one line aspect. Maybe it can just be some of that. Partial. Just a smidge. Not too much, not too little. Like an outline sort of thing, maybe. Like this. And then that. So we have some of that, and then when they're bobbing up and down. Actually, if we look at some references, I go back over to my, oops, up here. Let me go graph. We can kind of see the clothing for the shoulder part. Not too much of a difference, maybe more because it's a triangle feel to the darkness. Trying to see if there's another one that kind of shows off. Again, it's that triangle drapery and then there's kind of a sheen. Maybe we can have that sheen feel to it that is on the pointed outfits. Let's go and for example, the sheen might be on this area here. Oh, I don't want it to look too similar to everything else. Thing of, alright, how can we make it not look too similar? Maybe something like that. Maybe we can make it round, like that. This is kind of the pointy area, but nah, I don't think so. This, definitely think this is a dark area. Yeah, this is the area that's getting shaded in the darkness. And this just gets Stone League. Maybe one more up. And then as it goes up, it goes back to here. It's long and short in the... Not too bad. Up, down, up, down. And then my question is, how does this robe kind of get, oops, like this? Not too bad. Right, we go up, we go down, we go up. And it looks like it's moving, doesn't it? Maybe if we add this one line here, nah. Maybe if we do down, up, we go down, we add that. That did not help, unfortunately. That's okay. I like the back part kind of moving up and down. We just need this part to sway back and forth like it's doing now. I think that helps. And then we need another part back here that's kind of getting swayed back and forth, I think. Comes back here, and then it comes back up here, and it comes back here. It just looks like one big gap, doesn't it? Maybe more so like this. Oops. And then maybe we can have that roundness that we wanted. Add all of those so it's not as harsh. And then... maybe it can come back a little more? No. This is the Markov cut. So it kind of go down, up, and... it kind of looks weird that it's staying the same, doesn't it? This would have to come down with its lining. This would go down one, and then it goes up, and then it goes down, and then it goes up. Now it kind of looks like it's moving. And then this goes forward. It goes forward and up. It stays just shifting. And shifting one to the left, maybe? Going forward, up. Maybe all the way up is the line it goes to. So up, backwards, up. I don't know if I'm digging it. Maybe we have to do more so these two lines. And then it becomes one line, two line, one line. Maybe like that. Probably more like that, and then it just depends. More so like that. Down, up, down. Oh, this has to kind of go a little more incognito. And then it goes back up, and it's trucking down again, maybe. No, not really feeling that. I definitely think it is a good start. Maybe just even this can work. Something small to show off that there's a few ruffles here and there. Maybe that, and then... that looks funny as well. So this goes up. I think it should keep its shape. But the issue is, how keep shape? No clue. It goes forward, and then it slides forward, and then it goes backwards, and then it goes forward, and then it goes backwards, forward, backwards. Maybe it can stay like this. Forward, and it goes forward, goes backwards. Maybe it kind of looks rounding, doesn't it, though? I did like that line feel. We could get it working. Or just something really simple at the front, I think would be handy. Maybe like that, and then all of that because it's a different area. And then if I press play, not too bad. I think overall it's fine. I think maybe we can add that sheen, it might help. The only issue is, where's sheen go? All of this is kind of shiny. So maybe we can kind of add all that sheen here. For the robe. We don't want too much sheen. If you can look at... where are we at? Wizards of Legend? Let's see how they do it. We go back to our PRF view. You can kind of see they have the dark and the sheen, and then when you move it, it's moved. Some parts are sheen, some aren't sheen. When you go down, the cape flows down and it moves and it goes dark. Then there's still some sheen here and there. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Here we go. Let's go ahead and do robe medium, robe up, robe medium, robe up. Just a matter of... I've been working on this one single guy for almost 3 hours. It's crazy. Grab this robe. Oops. It'll let me grab the robe. I honestly think we don't need too much lighting. Maybe that's it. Maybe we just do less lighting here. Because there's lighting in this, right? So you would think maybe a line here, but even here, we're doing walking. There's shading sometimes. Shading, shading, splitting, shading. Not too much. I overall think this is fine. Go up, down. This stays the same. This kind of gets longer. So maybe this kind of gets, as it goes down, it maybe goes up, and maybe it starts going down. So stand still. It kind of comes down a little bit. Oops. It comes down a little bit like that. And it comes down all the way down more. And then goes away. It's all about wondering, how does this fabric work? Hello, hello, Toolshed, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Clothing's hard. I know I've been told this multiple times, but it hurts. I've been stuck on this rope for too long. Far too long, I say. But how have you been? Just need to figure out the top part of this rope, and then I can be free for a bit. Then we go back to the rest of the body. Things are coming along overall great, though. What? This robe will probably be the end of me at this point. Let's see. Some of you can paste it here. And you go there. And then now a matter of figuring out where those lines went. The lines were here. And then here. Maybe some of this. It goes from here. It gets elongated maybe. Long. And then back down. And then long again. So all of this becomes long. Maybe? That's not too bad. The shape's kind of staying the same and yet still not at the same time. Maybe we cut the bottom bits here. It doesn't need to curl in. It just stays the same long-wise. It's not too bad. Trying to figure out if you want to invest some time into C++ or not. Ah! What engine are you using? Or what engine do you tend on using? That can make a difference. For a game at least, or just normally, you mean? The language is giving me headaches. C++ is my favorite, but it's the only one I know. What other languages do you know? I haven't done C++ in a while, but when I did, oh man. Pointers were pain, but pointers were love. Pointers were life. And I miss them. I miss them so much now that I'm in Godot. It's this one and this one. Oh. Hold on a minute. You're supposed to be the same one. Okay, you are the same one. Interesting. And then you go up one. This is where sub-pixel animation would come in handy at. But I want to keep it to 4 in length. Weird that it stays still, doesn't it? A little weird, especially when everything else is not staying still. Probably would have to move it up one, maybe. Like that. Like that, maybe. And then goes up, down, up, down, up. Goes up again. I think that's a little better. And then we need a sheen. Maybe we can add the sheen there. Sheen can also elongate depending on where we are. It doesn't touch the bottom. Maybe like that. Actually, no. I don't think we get the sheen here. We just take what we can get on this part, and I think we're good. I think overall that's fine, right? Front walk cycle done. I'd say so. I'd call it good progress. Since we have that done. It also means the other side's just about done, but we'll have to make sure we do that. So I'll go ahead and merge all of these guys down. So now this is side wizard. You're using Godot, but you're using some specific GD extensions, rollback. Yeah. And if you do C++ in Godot, all of the projects should be in C++ instead of some parts not, some parts are. But I mean, I don't know much about doing two different ones. I've just heard that either do GD script or do C++. But it's interesting that there's some extensions that require it. Side. I'll just write side. And now that we have this side, it should be simple enough to do the other side as well. So we just have to grab that wizard. Oh, I guess what we also want to do is make sure we do lighting. I mean, we don't have lighting on anything but her hair. Let's keep it that way, and we can do lighting elsewhere, everywhere else. Mostly everything's the same for walking, it's just the other side will be a smidge different. So let me duplicate, and then can I just select all of you, select this entirely, and click Shift H? Ah, we're working here, we're working. And then do this. That's a little funny. Oh, look at them. Marching to the beat of the drum. Because I need to go and grab this wizard and this side of the hat that doesn't move. And copy it and put it on this side wizard. It will go here. And then we'll need to grab this blue and change the blue. And then grab the rest of that hat and keep it similar. Goes up. Let's select, delete, paste. Oop. Paste there. Then we have to select, delete, paste. And then again, just select, delete, paste. Select, paste. There we go. And maybe what we can do instead for this one is one that goes up. We can add maybe a shadow to the back to show that it's kind of flopping. So maybe this kind of comes... Oops. This. You posted the skating cart into Discord. SG Physics does not have any rigid bodies, and you would have to implement some of that in an extension. But you think that's pretty fancy. I mean, it sounds advanced, but I think you could do it if you put your mind to it. It's just a matter of figuring out the extensions. Whenever I try to do the extensions, I at least know for me, I always get confused. And then I end up just deleting the extension and either not doing what I wanted to do or going back a little bit. But I understand what you're saying, yeah. I do hope you're able to figure it out, though. Is, yeah, working, especially when Godot might have not something you want or trying to figure out what you can use, it's tricky. Let's see. That gets added. I think that's good. Right. Oh, you know what we forgot to add? Shingles. Let me add those quickly. So this is right. This is left. And then we need some shiny bits. Oh, I see. Okay, in that case, we're gonna have to make sure the right is here. Oops. How can we do that? I guess non-continuous. Oh, this is where the shading brush would come in handy at. Let's do that. All that. Press S, and then I can just do this. Go to this layer. Oh, never mind. Don't need to add that layer. Go to this layer, and then this guy gets added. This guy gets added. And then we can go in and add the shingles back that we had. Make sure it's a small brush, and then make sure it's this color. And then add some of the shiny parts back. They wouldn't be in this dark part here. You have so much respect now for any of the Godot maintainers. Yeah. It's modders, people who make plugins. That's magic. I don't know how they do it, but they do it, and it's kept things alive for so long. It's wonderful. I do agree, though. 100%. Oops. Wrong one. Well, guess we're just gonna copy and paste that for you. And then paste for you. Swap over you. You go there. Walking animations are— they are, aren't they? Especially when you're making a magician. And then one more up. And we just need some— I'm so glad with how it came out though, compared to what it was at the start. Oh man. I was worried for a second. But we've come a long way since then. Quite a long way. And then the right one would just be this, and I'll just copy it with my eyes. It's a little bit easier. Like that. Oops, forgot the bottom. And we need— okay, let me take back what I said about copying with my eyes being easier. There we go. Like that. Good. Now we will need two more. We need a down and an up. Fun, isn't it? The back shouldn't be too hard though. Hopefully. We can go back to the wizard here. Add a new layer. Grab this good old guy. Copy it. Paste it. Oops. I thought I pasted it. Did I not paste it? I guess not. There we go. Now this one needs to be all the four corners of the rainbow. Oops. Non-continuous away. All of that gets lit, and now it's a nicer blue. Look at it blinking. I just about ran out of water. And I like my water very cold, so I can never just get a bottle. So I'll be right back. Let me go grab some water. Okie dokie, we're back. I'm all fueled and ready to go. Put my glove on, and we will be good. I'll be excited when the game's all done and you see everything working together, and then coming back to it in a few years and seeing how everything came together. It'll be really cool. Okay. Right now they're both hidden, and when you go down, up, we kind of need to do a copy and paste of all of these guys. And just copy and paste for all layers. Now it stays the same. And then like what we did before, it would go up one, right? Up one here, and up one here. Oops. It would go up one here. Look at him go. We'll also need to probably, well, we definitely will need to. Okay, undo all of that. That way we can update the cloak look and tweak it a little bit to what we have for the other ones, as I like this design a little bit more. It feels a little smoother than the other ones, which are really harsh. So we can go ahead and just highlight all of that and then take what we have from here and also probably use the mirror tool. Always a good idea. Let's grab that good old mirror on the wall. Grab it, be good to go. I'm probably thinking this gets to be dark. Or no, this part area will be dark. No, it'd probably be this part, wouldn't it? As that's kind of the underside. And then this area would also be dark. And probably either the front one or the bottom would also be dark. We don't want to just be out. We just don't want it to outline everything. Great. Maybe we can make some shapes in here. Like maybe that. And then maybe get some shiny bits going on. The lines. I don't know if I like that better per se. Definitely not with that shoulder. But I think probably like that's good, right? And then we just need the back of the. It's a little hard just because it's so small. Maybe what we can do is grab this guy. Thing is I want to add that just because it adds to not looking as weird. Maybe here. Nah. We just go with this. And then probably add those two lines and move this down a little bit. This would probably be this chain for here. So this might be the taller one. Maybe that. And then this. Shoes, it looks pillow shaded, doesn't it? I want this to be the outline of just it being dark. Maybe what we need to do actually is do something more akin to this. Maybe even like this. Oops. Like that. Might help a little bit. Maybe these guys can come out a little bit more. Means this guy can come a little in more. And that can kind of help it feel like it's popping out more. Hopefully. As this is kind of going maybe back. Welcome back, Dark. How much progress did we make? We're all done for the sides. Take a look. What do you think? Those are all good to go. Now it's just a matter of forward. So far so good. Let me actually slide this guy over. You might be able to see it a little bit better. Yup. It's working out. Slowly but surely. Doing a bit of a refresh of the old color scheme part to try and see if I can maybe make it a little bit better. As now that we're not doing the dots anymore. Also interesting, like, what if the hands were on the outside? Wave the hand up, wave the hand down. I definitely think it'd look different if the hands were like this. I think it'd look a little silly. So I think having just this, it kind of helps as well. You don't have to worry about arms. But I'm trying to think, is there a way we can add some shine? But it kind of just looks like lines, doesn't it? I think this is fine. Maybe what it needs to do is have this be the shine. And you're looking at it from really far away. You can't see too much, right? Maybe this isn't that. Maybe then this is a shiny part to it. And that's how it works. You have that shiny part that kind of comes out. Maybe then you have that shiny part come down here. Nah. I really think sometimes it's the simpler the better. Oh, you know what I just remembered? There is a character in Stardew Valley who is a wizard. Let's take a look at what he looks like, as that could be helpful. What was his name? Rasmodius? You do have a tip for color contrast? I am all here for it. Is it to turn on grayscale? As I do that. Learned it from class recently. Ooh. It's always great when you're able to apply class knowledge to regular knowledge. So I am more than interested. This would go in my assets under Stardew Valley. And then I can go ahead and drag and drop. This is Wizard Guy. Now, what's his walk? This is his walk. A lot of different lines going on, which is interesting compared to so otherwise, right? These are really, I see. So interesting. Can you send the image in chat, or do you send the image in the message me it on Discord? That'll be the quickest way. That way I can just click on the Discord instead of going through everything. I never noticed he had a little cross sign, but yeah, just message me on Discord and that'd be the quickest way for me to look at it and download it. Curious about all of this shading and everything. Let's take a look. Yep. Yeah. I do that. Where you hue shift. That's what that is. If you're doing a cooler color, you don't just do, alright, this is dark blue. You do this, and then you also do it towards dark, or I guess in this case it'd be purple. But yeah, hue shifting. That's what that is, right? You do that. Yeah, yellow to pink, blue to purple. Kind of slide it a little bit, change the values. Yep. You want to make the... Oh, where'd she go? Oh, she's all hidden. There she is. But thanks for that though as well. I definitely think it is important. And I do forget sometimes. So I appreciate it. Let's see. It's just a matter of lighting right now, as my lighting skills are to be desired. Maybe... Something I do as well to check is do color mode with the grayscale to see if it looks nice in black and white, then it's good to go. What I try to do. But I mean, I'm seeing pill shaded. I also don't think that really makes much of a difference. Maybe this could be a little bit lighter, but overall, I think that's good. We'll just keep it as this. Sometimes it's all about simplicity. Where will the light come from? Top left? It's coming from the top. More so it's coming from the top up here. The top is where the light's coming from. So it's kind of a top-down thing, that's why this is the head part. It's shining down, so all of this gets lit. This is the, you know, crevice part of the robe. But I'm just thinking, it's like, adding this would kind of be the shiny part of the robe, but I'm not too sure how to do it, or at least, you know, in general. Even in, here, for a game called Wizard of Legends, you can see when they're doing their, oops, play it again, with their robe, there's 3 colors they use. They use a dark color, the robe color, and the highlight. And then as it's going, you have that dark part, you have the highlight sheens, the highlight top, and it moves. You have that dark part that's getting folded, and I think they have the advantage of the sprite being bigger, so they can show off more information. And because our sprite's so small, we can't show off too much. And due to that, that also means we can get away with a little less texturing, especially when you're seeing it from this far. Right? If anything, it's this pixel I'm worried about. Yeah, that bothers me. This guy right here. I can't really do much about him. It kind of looks funny, doesn't it? Or what do you think? I mean, not too funny. It looks funny. I'm looking at it from this distance versus this one. Maybe these guys have to come up. Looks fine now. Could 100% be a me thing then. Probably. Okay, now that we have that though, we can go ahead and now copy and paste. Let me go ahead and move this, so then we can now do back our up, down, up, down. And this one I'm hoping is a little bit simpler, since it's not sideways. And we can also use the symmetry tool and everything. I mean, it's still doing half the body. Maybe not. Look at the little bob. Up, down, up, down. So for this one, it shouldn't be too hard. I say that it takes years, as it'll just be a foot coming forward, right? One foot will come backwards, one foot will come forward. Is what I'm guessing will be the thing. Let me move this a little bit so I can see a little bit better. That foot will come backwards, and then this foot might come forward. Oops! This foot might come forward, like that. looks like they're stepping their feet to the music, like a dance. Maybe something like that. So this is back, this is forward, and then we could possibly even just copy this, edit this, oops, edit this, delete it, paste it, oops, flip it, and just change the lighting so it's the same on the, right, kind of looks like it's moving, but it kind of looks more like a dance. Special vibe. Let's see. You just have to change the way the cloak is moving. That's the main part that I messed up in copying and pasting. Let's see if we can fix that. Copy. And then paste. It looks to be the same. Right. Yeah. No. Ah. I see. In that case, we'll just grab it again. And paste it again. Copy. Paste. There we go. That's a little better. Does that look like they're walking? Yeah, sorta, right? Maybe it has to be like with here you can see, oops, it'd be this one. Right, is that heel of the foot that comes up when it's doing this one? Oops, where are you at? Which one is it? Here, heel comes up. This one not so much because she has what is it? The hoofs. She has hoofs, so she gets a bit of a a little bit of a break. I mean, this one has the foot coming up as well. And for mine, looks like they're dancing. So maybe we need it to be more so of this. Maybe we can get away with it being a block. And then do a block as well for here. Like that? Does that kind of work? Mayhaps. It's kind of just the feet moving. Not much else is moving. I'd like it if a little bit more moved. Because it's kind of just up and down. I mean, it's fine for now, though. And this one, when she walks down, some stuff changes because the what is it, the gown's swishing? You expect in here some stuff to change because the robe is swishing. Maybe this becomes a different color or something. Maybe that comes over, and then this comes over. Like that. Or I guess the bottom of the robe would have to change, right? So this would have to be moved over because this comes up. And then this would have to be moved over because this comes up. Probably like that, maybe? So maybe you can go back to that being down. And that goes down. Kinda didn't really change anything, did it? Maybe we can move this to being more... But... 1, 2... Did I do it? I'll just, don't mind me. This is what Control-C and Control-V are for. Quick question, if you want to get into pixel art, do you need to learn how to draw first? Depends. Most likely. But I mean, the fun part about pixel art is you don't have to have a big, deep knowledge, but things like perspective will be helpful. You know, small things like perspective will be really helpful, knowing how to do shapes and contrast, but you can jump right into pixel art and give it a go and learn as you go, compared to, I'd say, regular stuff. I mean, things like knowing about color has helped me, things about perspective has helped me, but it's a more so thing of learning as I go, as this has been tricky. But welcome, special fried rice. Yeah. I definitely was not this good starting out with pixel art, but you have to learn. You're new to pixel art too, yeah. It's a thing of just constantly trying new things. This will probably have to be brighter to help with highlights. Right, we need maybe a bright part of the foot to maybe go and show that it's going up. Did you know how to draw first before getting it? Yep, I did. You started doing pixel art and only drawing afterwards? That's more than fine. My thing was, I did so much regular digital art, but I didn't feel like I was growing despite putting so much work into regular digital art. But then I found out about pixel art, so I started learning how to do pixel art since it's quicker to learn it. But I definitely think you do have to have a small foundation to start out of just regular drawing knowledge, like a perspective, but you definitely don't have to have as much to know compared to everything else. I'm trying to figure out that foot here. That's sole of the foot when they walk. As that's what that is not the sole of the foot. Yeah, pixel art only doing pixel art and only drawing afterwards, yeah. I think it just kind of depends on what you're trying to learn specifically. Like, for example, things like shading that I'm struggling with. Maybe if I had learned better shading with typical, figured out the problem too. Congrats! I'm so glad you did. It's always nice to, after so many trials and errors, figure it out. I'm very glad. I'm just trying to figure out this thing right here. The next me what it was though. That sounds like programming if I've ever heard it. This thing is working now, but I don't know why. But it's working now, but I don't know why. I'm glad you did though. Just trying to figure out this bottom of the foot. Maybe line, possibly? Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of diagonal with the foot. Maybe shade the foot? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the shading. I think what'll help is, let me add this so I don't forget this color. A diagonal aspect of the foot. For example, oh, let me just erase that then. This part here has to come up, I think. Darker at the heel, I see. Like this. Something like that. No, I don't think I'm getting it. Hold on. Okay. The bottom of part of the foot kind of goes diagonal. That's what I'm noticing, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. You can kind of see even here. It's just a block, but it still works. Interesting, right? Let's see. And it's that thing too. It's like if you're trying to draw a shoe in typical digital art, you have to know how to draw a shoe. But for pixel art, this is a shoe. And I will never get over that an eye can be 4 pixels or 2 pixels. And it's great. This is a hand. It counts as a hand. And from far away, if it looks like a hand, it counts as a hand. And it's little things like that. It's like a little bit, but not too much. The matter of why does this not want to do what I want it to do? The answer to that is, I don't know. I'm moving this to a separate layer so I can try to figure it out without ruining the cloak aspect. Once we figure this out, we can just copy and paste it for the other foot. So we need to have the, maybe the shiny part, right? This is the dark part of the foot. And then the light portion is this portion. Probably something like that, maybe? Like that? Well, so basically, yeah, that's exactly why I swapped over to pixel art. I feel like you can get better at pixel art quicker, and that is exactly why I am doing pixel art. And you can see, if you go back in my YouTube videos enough, you'll see my growth in pixel art compared to my other art. It's like, I want to draw characters, but I always struggled to draw characters, and now I'm animating characters, and it's only because I swapped over to pixel art. It definitely would be harder to do it in, but the thing is, it's like, pixel art's easy to pick up, but it's very hard to master. Oops. It's super hard to master, and it's just a matter of learning how to master it. Speaking of, I think this is the right foot shape, but it's not the right color. So this will probably be all white, right? Like maybe this is the foot. From far away, I think the colors blend too well. The contrast is, yeah, okay. So we'll have to make this a little brighter, like a brighter shoe. But I think this works. It just needs to be brighter tipped heel, I think. For example, this is probably the light portion, and then the actual foot needs to be, well, I mean, maybe that can work. No, it definitely has to be a different color. Where did that purple go? Is that this purple? No. I don't think it can be purple. And it can't be this outline color, so it's got to be a different color. Maybe it can be a dark gray? Something like this, like a bluish gray. Maybe over here. A little higher contrast. Something like that, maybe. Or go to there we go. That's a little better. I can definitely see it now. If I made this gray instead, like this, and then grab this color. How are we making the shoe? I think the purple kind of works. I do like the purple, it's just too dark is the issue, but I do like it. Because the thing is, it's like, you can't really, or hold on. There. You can't see the purple up in the thing. So it has to be a different shade. It might need to be like a purplish gray or something, but something's a little off with the values at least. That's not too bad, it's just a thing of shoe color-wise, maybe we can make the shoes a... Because the thing as well is, it's like, what color do we make the feet? In this one... where are we? Here. I have her with red shoes. So it would be red alternating colors. But if we do for regular children, are all of their shoe colors going to be different? They would probably be like, having dinner while watching this, no pressure. No, you're fine. Thank you for coming. I hope I helped. And I hope your food's good. It is, might not be no pressure, but man, this is hard. It's hard, but again, I've had worse. I definitely think, again, this is the shoe shape. This guy right here looks like a heel-turn shoe. It's just colors. This, let's see. This has an outline, that's why it works. This has 4 colors. Okay, so this is like the tip of the shoe, right? It's not even a shoe. The farm's not wearing anything, and yet it's gray. Did you make him float? All you would need to worry about is the robe? Well, I could make it float. It might look a little weird. I always want the, at least 1 pixel touching the bottom, because this will be for a game. And if it's floating on one, then it'll look weird a little bit once I put it in the game. So I always need at least 1 pixel touching it to look like it's actually making contact with everything. I think maybe this just needs to be an outline. And that, maybe like that. Not too bad. And then, I see, okay. So this can be dark. Maybe this is the, yeah, it blends in too well, it's the issue here. The shoe can be a different color, but it needs to be, I'm guessing, lighter? Let's see, let's go here, here. Light enough that you can tell it's different. All the way over there, probably. Oops. Maybe a little too light, especially if you're looking up here. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. I can't see the name yet, so I'm assuming it's from YouTube, but once it pops up, I will. A proper thank you. Let's see. Maybe we can use this color to show the shine of the shoe. This is the dark part of the shoe. And then we have the middle part of the shoe. For what game is this? Unity channel? I could tell it was a new name, and welcome. I'm making a game. It will be a cafe game, a cafe sim game. Hope I'm saying that right. A restaurant sim. And you get to serve customers, and the customers are wizards. You go to a wizard academy with other students. So these wizards that I'm working on are your fellow students, and you work, well, you don't work, but you play as this gal here, who is a necromancer, but she doesn't want to do necromancy. She wants to do baking. So the game is all about casting spells to bake food for your fellow wizards, and hopefully getting enough knowledge and everything to show that, hey, look, I don't have to be a necromancer, as her family is from a long line of necromages? How would you say that? Maybe like this. Yeah, writing it down. The thing is, I finished doing the typing part of the game, or at least the start for the prototype. Soon I'll start on programming the, Soon I'll start programming the actual cafe part. So this is kind of prepping for that, where it's a thing of, all right, well, once I have the typing part done, which is done, now I have to do the cafe part. And then once I have all the cafe part with all the customers and everything, we'll be good to go. There it is, Rem. Hi, Rem. Thanks for following. Once I have all of that done, it'll be smooth sailing, hopefully. So I'm realizing it's like a thing of, just like contrast. Nah. I think we might have to brighten up that contrast. And you can kind of see, it works here because it's surrounded by a lot of dark colors. But because it's here, you can't really see that color, can you? And that makes it hard to read. So we'll have to either go with a, no, not either. We will have to go with a brighter color to show off it's a shoe. Let's see, game concept sounds so relatable. Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna become a businessman. I'm becoming an artist. I'm going to art school. You have to support me for me. That's the idea. You know, necromancers are a well-respected line of work, but she's not for it. She just wants to make food, pastries, all of that, and have fun that way, but yup. I'm going to art school, you can't stop me. And the idea is that learning other types of magic is not it's frowned upon. And because of that, she was so weird. Because of that, a lot of people, at least all the teachers, don't want it, but the students want to be cool and hip, so they're willing to keep your secret. Just serve them good food. This foot is... This is the bottom of the foot, right? And then this is the tip of the foot. And then this is the sole of the foot. I don't want to be a doctor. Exactly. I don't want to be a lawyer. Not for me. 100%. Yeah, just about. And the worst part, or best part, is she's really good at necromancy. Like, elite. But nah, I don't want to do it. I just want to become good at everything else. And I'm just wondering... all this shading. I need a light part here, a light color. I'm wondering, where can I get a light color from? That tip of the shoe, as... right now, our two colors are gold and blue. We don't really want to separate from that. If we do too light of a blue, then it'll draw away contrast from the face. As this is supposed to be more of a dark part of the body, you don't really get to see it. So maybe, turkey. If I do this for the tip of the shoe, and then this is the rest of the shoe, it doesn't really look like the tip of the shoe, does it? Maybe it can. I can work it out a little bit more, maybe like that. Does look a little funky. But I mean, once more, this is a shoe, and it works. So, I don't have to be too critical. Especially because you won't really see it from this close, right? You'll see it from very far away. And I also didn't do that shoe paste right. We'll have to go back in. It definitely looks like the foot's going up. And where is this at? I see. Okay. Let's do that test. Does it look like she's walking instead of stomping her feet? It does, doesn't it, right? Like, it looks, does it pass? Does it count? From this angle, right? Because again, you'll be looking at the game from this far away, and you won't ever see them pause to do this walk. So it just needs to look like a walk mid-frame. Because anytime they're standing still, it'll look like this. Every other part, though, just needs to look like that. Walking achieved. Yeah, I think it's glitch. It's like working with smear frames. No one's ever gonna pause. No one's ever gonna see the smear frame unless they're looking for the smear frame. But I think this works. So I can go ahead and merge this down. Oh yeah. So it's a thing of also making sure you don't spend too long, as it's been most of today's stream just doing this sideways. It came out great, but that sideways is hard. I haven't done it before, which is also why it was probably hard. Overall, this is going great. Now, let's see. For one thing, there's no shading on this hat. Huh? That is odd. There should be a little bit of shading on here, and there's not. Let's tweak that and fix that by copying that guy and moving him over. Like this. And then we can go ahead and grab the outline color that we have here and quickly just move all that shading over. And just paste and move. Paste and move. Oh, that one's fine. And paste again. Okay, it's a little better. Now the question is, do we want to go a little bit more wacky with it? Probably not. We could always come back. It's like, do I want to move more of the robe? Probably not. Do you have an expected game release date or a page where you can see progress? The quickest way to see progress would be in my Discord, as I'll be updating you the quickest. Actual update date, I hope to release it in 3 months. So probably either October or what comes after October? Oh boy. October, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Oh, it's already, okay. September, October, November. So November or December. There we go. That'll be the hope. The prototype, it was supposed to come out today, but I can't get stuff working. But we'll see. And I hear be joining. I'll be able to properly welcome you to the Discord once the stream's over, but thanks for joining. Yep, you'll be able to get a role in the Discord, and I'll be able to at you whenever stuff gets updated or tweaked, and all of that fun stuff. Let's see. That's all good. I kind of want to make the coat move a little bit when it's going up and down. So maybe just a slight tweak, not too much. I don't want to move and ruin it a little too much, but maybe like that. And go ahead and use the thing to add to it and move back everything where it was. Maybe like that. I don't know. I kind of like the flop idea, but I think, oh, that as well. This can probably come down a little bit too. This can probably move down. Like, I think it adds a little bit, doesn't it? Just a smidge of a movement as she's walking, as they're walking is really, it's gonna be everything, but I keep thinking main character, as I'll just be able to use this template and put it on her for when she's walking. But yeah, I think that works. Just a little up flap. Down, up, down. This guy needs to be the up flap. There we go. This probably has to come down a little bit. Right, down and out just a smidge to show off it's moving, but probably have to do on symmetry. A little less symmetrizing. That's how you'd say it. Right, you kind of have the part of the cloak coming down, and that's closed. Maybe some of it comes up, right? When it's going up here, maybe it gets stretched out, and that way more of it gets released up here. And then this would be dark still. This comes down when you're moving, it gets moved all the way up and then comes right back down. And then this one gets moved up, and I can go ahead and just copy that. The eyes and mouth, yeah, I am a big Minecraft fan, so yup. I used to make my own skins as well. I did make a Minecraft skin for myself as well in this. So it looks like Minecraft. Yeah, most likely. It's got the two eyes, the two dots. The cool part is, depending on the body, we'll be able to either cut the eyes to make them look serious and all of those things. We'll be able to add more eyelashes, less eyelashes. All those fun things, depending on what we'll do in the end. But no, 100% yeah. Minecraft, I am very guilty, but I mean, it also kind of looks like, this, right? It's a very, I'd say it's a very typical eye pattern for a very small sprite like this. But I think it's the lashes that make it look like that. I needed to know that the lashes had enough space. Let's see, we have our left. I just want to make sure I didn't draw on anything. Okay, good. I'll lock it in that way. We have, this leg goes up. This needs to get connected up here. This will probably get a sheen. And then down, up. It looks a little funny, doesn't it? The up top here looks like they're left, right. That doesn't look right. So maybe not. Maybe that's not good. Looks, yeah, that's a W, yup. So maybe more so this. I think this is a little bit better. It's a little more subtle. And then I think that's good. It's subtle. It doesn't need to be too much. Just not exactly the same. That was the goal. Maybe we can even do less of a line here in the lighting to change. Possibly add that. Maybe some of these. Oops, not like that. Like this. Nah, I think this works, what we had. Keep it the same. Did not need to change. I like that. Probably the only other thing to change would be this curl. This curl could maybe go, oops. The curl could go down maybe like this. And like that. Alright, add a little bit of a curl feel. A little, just a smidge of a twinge of a difference to help add to it. Maybe not out too much. Maybe you can push it in one, like this. Ooh, I quite like that. Kind of looks like it's swaying, doesn't it? And then we can go ahead and copy this. And also get this. Oops. Not like that. I'm sure use the mouse for this. Copy this. Go here, delete it, paste it. Oh, that looks so silly. Okay, in that case, go to here, delete this, and paste it. Like that. Like that. I think that works. It's a little wiggle of the hat. I quite like it. And lastly will be the up. And I don't think it'll take too long, but if it takes too long, then we can end it. But I think we can get the up done pretty quickly. Down. Let me go ahead and do all the ups so we can see them, and it'll be a little quicker. And then we'll grab that wizard, and it'll be this one. And go ahead and copy. You know what's gonna be hard? The hard part's gonna be the shading again. It always is. I definitely do like our shading changes. I think it helps. I mean, maybe not. I like it a little bit just because of contrast. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I like it because of the contrast change. Maybe if I do it a little bit like this, it'll help, because again, if I'm zoomed out, right? Look how you can notice this one, but you can't notice the other ones. While it's softer to the eyes for sure, there's less contrast. Let's try really quickly seeing about upping up the contrast and seeing if that helps. For example, you can make this darker like this. Oops. Unlock the right animation. I just grab you. Very dark difference. Okay. This is going towards purple. I quite like me a purple, but it needs to be darker blue. Like that. Goes from here to here. Probably needs to be slid over a little bit more. And I think, yeah, probably purple's the darker tone. Yeah, okay. We need to go here and go purple. A little bit darker. A little bit darker. A little bit brighter, more contrasty. Like maybe that? You can see that, though. Maybe it should be a little bit brighter in value. Okay. And let me make sure all of this stays... Oh, right. Continuous is working. What do you think about it now compared to the left and right one? I think actually we might have to change the contrast a little bit more, as they look the same to me. Let me undo. Maybe brighten up the contrast a little bit. Or nope, not like that. Like this. Ooh, that does not look good. Okay. Light it over to purple. Make it darker. Definitely liking the purple idea. It's just not the right tone. I think that works a little bit better. Like that. And then we can go ahead and do the other aspects, which was what I was looking at. There we go. For example, it'd probably be maybe this color. Oops. Can't really see it, can you? Well, this would probably go into the lighter range, and it might be more light, and to this might be like that more so. Maybe a little less bright. I want it to be visible is the thing. So I'll highlight all of those, and this will look better. I mean, you can now see it from further away, right? Compared to the other ones. I just think maybe it needs a little bit more contrast. Definitely see it, but I think it needs to be... what's the word for it? You can see in this... oops. This here, how dark it is, right? Compared to everything else. It matches the outline. I think that's what made it really noticeable. If we want to make it match everything, it might have to be a darker purple. Like this. It's just very hard shading. I think this purple's works fine. But we'll keep this other side just as a seeing if it does help. And there we go. As then, if I do this and I go for the down one, I highlight all of this in this color. Makes a change, doesn't it? It kind of pops more. I feel like. So I don't know if this is the right shade of purple, but I definitely do like it a little bit more than the other ones. Yeah, probably more that. A little bit more. Let's see. Color mode. Probably that. We'll keep it like this for now. And that's all of those. We'll always have this guy if we do wanna go back. Alright, we take the wizard. We go grab the back of the wizard. Go ahead and paste it. We go ahead and change the outline. And now we have to change the rest of the design colors. Shouldn't be too hard. I quite like how dark it is. The only issue is figuring out the rest of the tones. Right. Like, can we just make these all dark? Kinda, sorta. Right. Kind of helps with that shade idea again. Oops. You can kind of make like that. But it kind of shows off the back of the head. I think that works as well. Like, if you look at it from really far away. Right? It does look darker. And I definitely do like how dark it is compared to the other ones. I did like how soft it was, but I couldn't tell what was going on. And I think that change in contrast, that difference, helps. All this would be dark. All this would probably be a little dark as well. Like that. And then now we just need to do... Can make it a little softer at the tips. We can go to 50. Then we can grab this color and do one of these moves. Brush it out with the anti-aliasing a little bit. I do think that helps. Kind of makes it less harsh compared to what it was. So speaking of, maybe we can go back to our down guy and do the same as well. All of these can be changed to be less harsh. Like this. Maybe then we can also grab some of these. Yeah, it would only be for half steps, so I might put it here, for example. Doesn't really make much of a difference, but I think it makes a smidge of a difference. Oops. Add some of those there. Just smooth things out a little bit. Alright. Now we go back to the back of the wizard. I'll probably maybe add this here. And now we can copy, paste, and once again, the little bob and the little apparel shift. Shouldn't be too tricky. That goes up, and then this one will also go up. Like that. And now, for the back of the walking. That one makes sense. This one kind of looks like a little slide shuffle, doesn't it? This one's a little bit different. One comes forward, one comes backwards. One comes forward, one comes backwards. We can get rid of this queen. One forward, one backwards. We have the face, And now let's start with just this foot, I guess, forward. And this one will be... Oops, that's fine. This foot comes forward. And this foot will come backwards. So maybe it can expand a little bit to make it look like it's coming backwards. Kind of looks like an engine, doesn't it? Revving up. Let me widen it a little bit so you can see it a little bit better up top. We have the foot coming up, foot coming back. And again, once we figure out the backwards, we'll be in the clear. We need to see the heel of the foot, right? Let's yoink that to help with the highlights. We just need to figure out how highlight. I didn't even realize it just looks like it's twisty with the feet. And then back of the, that's the heel. That's what the highlight is. So maybe like this. Like a heel feel to it. I always want to keep one touching to show. I mean, maybe all of that can be in light, right? Kind of looks like a box. But it's fine. You see nothing. And then up again and swap it and erase all of this. Kind of looks like they're marching though, right? We have this, and this kind of needs to be, well, this is the regular foot. I don't think this looks a little bit better, maybe. It's less angled. Probably like that, right? Maybe more so that might be a little bit better. And I'll copy those feet. Move them over. Oops. Move them over, I said. Yeah, like that. That way it can kind of be seen, possibly in the light, that it is... Oops. I don't even know what that means. But, it didn't affect anything and I saved multiple times. So we're good. Let's see. This is the heel, right? And maybe the lighting is up top and then from above. And then this foot comes into the light. We can kind of see the... Maybe like that. Maybe then we can also see the foot coming out. Or it would be foot up top, right? Maybe more so like that. This foot comes up. Maybe we have to do this to kind of look like it's going up. So down foot, down up, oops, down up. And then this foot comes from down to being turned up. Maybe we only need to do this to show that it's a heel foot, maybe. Down, up. That becomes the heel. Maybe this is the... maybe like that. Those kind of look a little odd, but that's okay. So down, up, like this, right? I think it's the little lines that are making it look a little funny. Now it kind of looks like they're standing on their tippy toes, doesn't it? That's what it is. I think it's too heeled. Probably have to do like this. Maybe like that's a little bit better. Also, it's tricky. In the farmer's walk, we go from, it's kind of the same length, but it gets a little pointy. So maybe comes up like this. And then this one kind of comes up like that. Nah. Still looks like they're standing on their tippy toes, doesn't it? Let's see. Stand straight. Go up. Down. Up. Yeah. Okay. I definitely think that helps. But it's the tippy toes that are ruining this a little bit. It looks like the toes going in towards the center. But help at all. Kinda, sorta. We have this foot going forward. This foot kind of comes downwards, like that. But then just this, I think that's what's messing it up. Maybe we can do that. And then have it come in diagonally. I am spitballing ideas here. Control V, swap it. Like that, maybe. Kinda. A little bit. Let's look at some other behinds. This one's a little bit easier. The foot just goes behind the cloak. If I take a look at, let's see, who do I have up here? I have this character, Haley. What does her feet look like? They're just tippy toes. Okay. Let's see if I have any other Stardew Valley characters on hold. I might be able to help. Sprite sheets. While it's uploading, let me get some water. Okay, let's see. We also have Sebastian. So foot-wise... look at that. It's just one middle part that changes. Maybe we can do... I had to sneeze. There we go. So instead, what happens for this guy is there's a corner. Maybe that's what we can do. It goes from these feet to being... Let me go ahead and... Oops. Delete it. And just move them all back down. Okay. Well, this part of the cloak goes up with everything else. But if the left part of the foot is moving forward, then maybe some of the cloak gets pushed forward as well. For example, maybe this kind of goes forward a little bit. This kind of gets slid down. Only slightly. So probably like this. The last design you made was the most notable walk animation. Kind of looked like stomping to me. Like they were stomping their feet. But thank you. I think it's close to being there. I'm like tippy toes. But it definitely did look like they were moving their feet, which is good. Let's see. So this cloak comes down. Oh, I didn't even make it move. Hold on. There. So this kind of goes forward. It goes down, up. I wanted to kind of curve in a little more to show that that foot's being pulled out. More so like that. Possibly. So then these would come down. This would come down a little bit more as well. That guy would go down and you would go here. Like this. So kind of swooshes as it's moving. And then, let's see. After it swooshes, yep, definitely getting close. I agree. All this guy does, what I'm curious to see about, this one stays as it is, and then just, oh, it's interesting as well, it goes black. Maybe because it's this black clothing. For this guy, so interesting. Like, it looks like a mush of pixels, and yet it still works when it animates. Okay, this is the back of his heels, and then moves forward, stand, forward. So maybe I'd want to try the back of the heel idea, where it's this, and then we just erase that one. Maybe do move like that. Right now, one foot's coming in front of the other. Oh, did I do the right one? Ah, I see. Okay. I'll just copy the bottom of this then. Oops. Copy the bottom of this and delete it and paste it, but swap it to this. See, that kind of helps a little bit with the swishing. And then we just need the feet. Maybe if we only do... I mean, that's what we did before. Getting close. Like that. Yeah, that's the finish line. Thank you. Like that, maybe? No. I think this helps because it kind of looks more like the back of the foot, right? Maybe if we more like this, we can show off more of the turkey. Yeah. At the fourth. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to wrap it up now. But thank you for letting me know. Yeah. We can't do this in the next 15 minutes. We just won't be able to do it. We're gonna have to go 2 over, but yeah. I definitely know. Let's see. Down, up, down, up. Maybe it needs to be more like that. Oh, you know what? This color. Probably this color that's gonna help a little bit. Just show more of it. Kind of, sorta. Right, these are both maybe staying, oops, the same. Or no, these aren't. So let's stay consistent. Yeah, so nice animation, keep improving talents. I see. Thank you, I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. I think this works. What do you think? Is it also the cloud duck? I hope I said that right. Let's see. Yeah. I might do that. Keep it at that. When that's... Oops. When this is swishing one way, then we can swish all of this the other way. And this can kind of move over a little bit as well. To juxtapose. Is that the word? Add 1 pixel out to the left and... Okay, hold on. Let's see. Maybe add 1 pixel out to the left and 1 to the right. Show of the tip. I see. Glad I got it right. Okay. Do you mean 1 pixel out to the left? Here? I know there's a smidge of delay. Like 1 out to the left here. And 1 to the right to show the tip of the feet. Like... that? Yeah, something like that, I see. Maybe... like that? No. Maybe... something! There's a secret recipe, I'm telling you. Maybe we can outline it and that'll help. And then... outline here. That kind of helped. Right, a little bit. Oops. I know! Maybe? Right, we have the regular foot, and then an outline maybe. Showing off the back of it. That, down, up, down. I think that kind of helped. A smidge. Hopefully, agree that resembles the front rock as if it's in reverse. Ah, I see. Yeah. I'm glad, that's good. That's great. That is great, it resembles as if it's in reverse. Let's see. This gets moved here. And then all of these moved over. And then we can copy you, go to you, delete, paste. Okay, that looks a little silly. This has to come down then. Like that, I think. For it to look a little bit better. Or hold on. Undo, delete, paste. No. Gotta be a little bit more swoosh. This has probably gotta come down a little bit more. All of it has to just come down a little bit more, I think. All of this. Like that. So it comes this way, and then it moves this way, and it swooshes. Maybe we can even lessen the swoosh a little bit with the gold. And then I think I had all of these as the lines on top. And then, yep, right, yeah. That's on the lines on top and all of that. So the same support was, okay. So then these guys get moved down. And copy. And delete and paste. Oh, right. No wonder it kind of looked a little weird. What do you think? Oops, wrong button, but it helps. Like that. Got a little bit of motion to it. Now all that's missing is a little hat flop. And we'll be good to go. This hat, I think, will maybe... Oops. Or that could help, actually. Like that, and maybe it kind of curls out. And it stays curled out. And yeah, thanks a lot. It did help. Like that. A little bit of motion in the hat. And then I think that's it. Yeah, like that, I think. So I'll just off a little bit of motion in the hat and a little bit of motion in the walk itself. And I think we'll be all good to go. And I don't know. I think I might keep the purple. I think it's working for me. Oops. Not like that though. Up. There we go. And we'll do, what is it? Left? Nope. It might be my right. I do know my lefts from my rights. I do. I just need a little help sometimes. I do. Okay. Leave that as the sheen. We'll probably have to get that. Wait. Let me see. Really quickly. Left equals down. Down? What do you mean? Left, right, up, down. Need a little help understanding. Well, this is facing right. Left, right. Okay, yeah, I did do it right. I just didn't type the right one. And then maybe this one. And quickly go through. Oh, I see! You were trying to confuse me, bamboozle me. It worked. It happens from time to time. A lot of the time. It'll be fine. We'll be good. Okay. There we go. And let me hide this guy, and we're all good. We're all good to go. So we have the left, right, up, down. We didn't get to the sitting, but this is great. Sitting will be next, and then we'll be all good to go. And I think that'll be it for the stream. Let me go to this wonderful screen here, and thanks for joining me. This was super fun. I'm not sure what we'll do next week. It'll be definitely more pixel art, as we still need to do... What will we need to do? One step closer to greatness, exactly. What you need to do is have... Probably the next thing we'll do is do furniture. Most likely, furniture, clothing. Why is there... Oh, thanks for letting me know. There. You didn't see anything. But that's a deenie. We'll probably do furniture next, and sitting as well. Probably 2 in 1. Just so we can figure out the dynamics of everything. Remember, so we need comfiness. Soon, TM. Thank you for joining, though. This was fun, and I'm excited for next week. I'm glad you enjoyed it as well. Yeah. Alright. See you soon, then. We'll be back later. TM.